Et tu tires en l'air, c'est ça, ou tu tires sur le vaisseau?
Bah vu comment ça va laguer, si tu peux tirer dessus, c'est mort. Hein.
En l'air, je suis aligné avec le ship et je vais tirer dans la même direction
Que le ship?
que le ship. Je suis en position prêt à tirer. Toi aussi?
Ouais.
T'es à tirer, il y a déjà des tirs en tous les sens. Quoi.
Je te laisse tirer aussi parallèle que tu peux avec le ship. Now I can relax. Ouh.
Et Colt qui fait déjà le filtre sur ce sol.
C'est clair. Ah, je fais de l'animation.
Tiens, Colt, tu peux stream ton écran s'il te plaît?
Ouais.
Je fais stream ton écran.
Alors... Fuck. Allô, allô le jeu. Allô. Discord, merci. Qu'est-ce qui se passe? Ah, tout le monde applaudit. Merci, 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 merci. Merci pour ces applaudissements. Pourquoi ça s'arrête d'applaudir? Ah non, ça continue d'applaudir, c'est bon. Là, je fais tout ce que je peux, là je suis à fond, là c'est le déhanché là. Vous entendez les claquements des mains des gens? Avec gling 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 gling. C'est énorme. Wouh.
Go, Baron, go, go, go.
Oh, je vais sur le toit direct. Wow. Là où... un peu d'IO pour barbouiller là carrément.
Allez. Attends, je recharge les batteries. Et on recommence.
Moi, j'ai pas besoin.
Oh là là.
Si, j'ai besoin.
Là là.
Et évidemment, t'as Space Rob qui fait sa merde.
Qu'est-ce qu'il fait? Il est où Spice?
Il est en train d'essayer de se mettre devant mes canons.
Par contre, t'es en train de te tirer dessus là, mais il y a la moitié des trucs qui t'explosent.
Qu'est-ce qu'il y a?
Je sais pas quelles armes ils avaient, mais c'était efficace pour faire des feux artifices là, les mecs. Le petit final. Par où fonce sur rapide, faites genre vous vous battez.
Mais bah, c'est pas grave, il nous tire dessus, regarde-le.
Stop qui fait le con, non mais normal.
Ouais, il est chiant, il est vraiment chiant.
Oh, je suis tombé. Ah bah le vaisseau a disparu.
Oh là là, tout le monde lui remet plein sa gueule, regarde ça.
Je suis en train de lui tirer dessus avec le maraudeur.
Regarde, regarde ça. Regarde son vaisseau, regarde ça, regarde ça. Ah, c'est trop beau.
Je peux tirer, j'ai encore 400, hein. Je peux tirer, y aller.
Ouais, la même.
Oxymine qui est monté. Oh putain. Oh non, il rame notre truc. Non, arrête. Non, 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 mais pas ça. Mais, ah, mais non, il est vraiment trop con quoi. Non, mais là par contre, c'est pas un truc à faire. Ah bah ça, là franchement je suis désolé mais là il le fait exprès c'est sûr.
Mais bien sûr qu'il le fait exprès.
What the...
Il
Non mais...
y a des araignées.
Les araignées?
Il y a des araignées, j'en veux une.
Où ça? Ah oui! C'est des araignées ou des tortues? Parce que
Des araignées.
Espace
vu
Rev, il
des-
se met devant moi.
j'ai vu j'ai vu des otaries aussi.
Bah reflet tire pas dessus, c'est exactement ce qu'il veut, s'il te plaît.
Ouais, parce qu'après ça lui donne l'excuse. Regarde-le, qu'est-ce qu'il branle? Alors si les gens qui sont sur le stream se demandent pourquoi il y a un pouce rouge, eh bah c'est pour ça. C'est exactement pour ça. Et voilà. Non mais parce qu'il a ça depuis des mois, ça fait un
Voilà,
an.
voilà, le vaisseau bouge dans tous les sens, là, qu'est-ce qui se passe?
Oh les petites araignées, ouais, elles sont trop cool. Oh je veux la mienne. Oh elles sont géniales.
Flying Toilet, ça c'est quelqu'un d'autre avec son chip, ça.
Oh là là, ça se barre en steak là.
Et je suis avide. Je
De
n'ai plus
même.
munitions.
Attends, je vais cacher une araignée, moi je peux pas me faire chourer.
Attends, vu que l'échec marche pas, faut que je main menu et que je revienne. Attends.
Merde.
Qu'est-ce qui t'arrive? Non, Barouf, laisse ton chip, je cherche pas à le piloter. Tu veux le remettre sur le
Ah ouais.
sur le plot?
Ouais, attends, je vais le laisser là, effectivement.
Là le Spice Rub à mon avis il s'est dit c'est la dernière EOS CON à tous les coups.
Oui, c'est pour ça, mais c'est important que vous le reportiez, parce que sinon il fera rien.
Ah mais il n'y a plus personne là. Ça y est, c'est terminé.
Non.
Si on est sur l'autre vaisseau derrière, on est sur la déchetterie volante.
Ah si, il y a du monde.
C'est insane là, les vaisseaux disparaissent, on est bloqué de temps H24 dans ce règle.
Par contre on n'est pas censé faire le tour de la EOS CON. Qu'est-ce qui se passe là concrètement?
Ah bah là, il n'y a plus de vaisseau, on était tous sur un vaisseau, il a disparu.
Comment ça il a disparu?
Tac.
Mais comment ça?
Soit c'est un bug, soit il a tout.
Non moi je suis sur le vaisseau blanc là.
Non, il y en avait un au-dessus. Là où tout le monde est.
Merde. Oh non mais c'est... Ah oui le train.
Attends, moi je le vois plus, il est invisible pour moi le train. Mais
Et qu'est-ce que vous faites que là? Ah, vous êtes en l'air dans le vide, non? Et vous avez un
Non,
vaisseau?
non,
il y a un
on est
vaisseau.
sur le chip. Ah, on est en train d'aller sur le train. Putain, il y a une fractale à l'intérieur, c'est trop stylé.
Mais moi je vois absolument rien. Hein. Je sais pas sur quoi vous allez là.
Bah là on est sur un
Le
chip
train
locomotive.
de Vega.
Ah ouais, non,
Sauf
je ne le vois pas.
Il est
Je le vois pas non plus.
Ah putain Spice Rub, non là par contre là c'est pénible. Ah putain de merde. Non là sans déconner, non mais... Non mais...
Non, ça y est, il est réapparu. Ah si, je vais dessus direct. Je bouge plus.
Bah, je le vois.
Ah, j'attends avec impatience qu'on passe tous à côté du Ghidorah.
Donc là, on va faire un tour. Mais j'ai
mais
pas
là-
vu le Ghidorah, moi. Moi, je vais aller voir tout à l'heure. Bon, c'est dommage, ça serait bien qu'il fasse
40
jour.
crash, 40 crash, erreur, écran rouge, disconnect Starbase. serait tellement épique.
Siga vient de me répondre et il est pas devant son PC donc il pourra rien faire pendant au moins une semaine.
Ah, il a qu'à filer les droits.
Ah, non,
Le code
Ouais,
mode.
et le code
Ça.
source.
Ça,
Oui,
même,
voilà, par exemple.
Ça, même temporairement, faut jamais faire ça. Même si t'as les meilleures intentions du monde, un PC compromis, c'est foutu.
Ah bah on va zigzaguer, c'est mieux encore. Moi je me balade avec mon araignée là.
Allez,
Vous
juste
me
à droite, il y a le
vous me dites
Ghidorah. Go.
quand est-ce qu'il est le Ghidorah?
Ah, juste
Ouais.
à droite là.
Ah,
Là,
il est-
c'est là, c'est celui-là, le blanc là.
Ouais, ouais.
Mais c'est pas ça qui fait la guerre. Hein.
Ah bah non, c'est même pas la gueule là, c'est écran, c'est vraiment le jeu se ferme et erreur rouge, erreur
Ah ouais.
fatale. Tu vois.
ouais, si on passe à côté de ce truc, on est tous morts.
Le truc de requin.
Je
Je
sais
sais
pas.
pas.
Ah, il y a un Ghidorah à droite. D'ailleurs, on n'avance plus.
Mais tout le monde a sorti des très gros chips en fait, c'est pour ça que c'est trop la merde. Ah, c'est bon.
Bon, en fait, ça me saoule. Je vais jeter mon araignée, je la récupère un autre jour.
Je l'ai caché sous les beams moi.
Me laisse tomber la galère quoi. Parce que là en fait elle tourne bizarrement. What is this fuck so- Oh non, il nous rame tout. Il rame notre stand. Oh non. Putain, sérieux. Spice, non mais c'est sûr et certain 2000%.
Il nous en veut, il nous en veut, il nous en veut. C'est comme ça.
Bah ouais, parce qu'on a répondu là.
Non, non, c'est parce qu'on les a battus, c'est tout.
Oui, il y a ça
En
aussi.
demi-finale, c'est des plots, c'est tout.
En attendant, moi je suis en train de voir plein de chips super intéressants à visiter. T'as des chips qui ont, semble-t-il, vaguement la même mentalité qu'un...
Avec le Sky Tanker, oui effectivement.
Oui.
Mais en
Très-
réalité,
très vaguement,
c'est parce on dit Sky Tanker parce que Sky Tanker, maintenant peut-être c'est un nom qui est un tout petit peu connu pour les 30 joueurs qui restent. Mais Sky Tanker a été inspiré par des chips qui étaient exactement comme ça. À part qu'ils étaient mieux, j'ai même des photos, je crois. Enfin, des photos, non, mais au moins une. Je crois que j'ai retrouvé l'autre jour. Je pourrais vous montrer un chip qui a inspiré le Sky Tanker.
En vrai,
Ah,
le best que j'ai vu à piste, c'est le ballon de rugby multicolore. Il est incroyable.
Putain, non, mais par contre, il nous a ramé le stand, l'autre abruti, mais sans déconner, quoi. Je l'ai vu faire des hauts bas là-dedans, il a dû tout dézinguer.
Cette sphère, je suis trop curieux.
Sorry, Reflex, non mais.
Ça faisait pas ça avant les gros blocs gris là sur les qui chargent pas. À cette distance.
Oh putain!
Marouf, tu as un Explorer? Un Explorer ou un Solar?
Non.
Comme on dit, hein, lui sur la banquise.
Ah, mais il nous dégage le truc! Arrête!
Lui,
Ah, putain,
lui
non,
sur
là,
la
c'est
banquise,
pénible.
c'était pas le pingouin qui glissait le mieux. Hein.
Ah, il y a Pégran qui va le...
Moi j'ai fait... Attends.
Ouais, il a l'air marrant le vaisseau là-bas, là, avec les lumières.
Où ça?
J'en ai un.
McDevil, mais là je crois qu'il est...
Attention, attention.
Et à gauche ou à droite?
attention. Accrochez-vous, l'autre abruti va nous éclater là, je vous dis là.
Qu'est-ce qu'il a dit, Pegran? Je sais pas, j'étais en freeze donc j'ai pas l'eau de son
Il a
message.
rien dit, il essayait de se foutre devant Spice Rub, mais faut pas qu'il sache où aller quoi en gros. Il essaie de le ramer,
Non.
Spice.
Oh,
Enfin, je pense que Pegran avec son petit chip essaye de ramer Spice Rub pour que Spice Rub arrête de nous péter les couilles. Parce que c'est précisément ce qu'il fait. Là, regarde, il se fout devant.
c'est pas possible d'être aussi... Je m'auto-censure
Et il y a combien de
pour
personnes,
le
là
stream de Happy.
Il y a combien de personnes?
Sur mon
bah là,
stream,
il y aura
il y en a 13. Guys, for those of you that are watching the stream, I'll be checking all of these plots one by one after. in order to
On est entre 50 et 60.
in order to really check everything out. I'm super curious to see what is going on, what's what. We've got a retard that's completely desperate for attention that's causing a bit of drama. But I don't think it's going to be disruptive enough to prevent us from really checking out the EOS CON itself. And yeah, I'm really looking forward to visiting everything. I'll be starting with Arkonus, like ArcSpark's designs first. Due to time zones, it's already super late for him, so I'll be visiting him first.
Ah bah, on vient de passer celui qui était incroyable.
Alors, il est parti où l'autre con là? Parce que je le vois.
Il vient de recevoir un message de Siga sur Discord. C'est pour ça qu'on le voit plus. Okay, Siga just won the Spice Drum, so with a bit of hope, we won't be seeing. Oh, seriously? Well, that didn't stop him.
Ouais, enfin, non, mais de toute façon, je pense qu'en fait, il s'en bat les couilles. Il se dit ce jeu est mort, je vais me faire ban. Et... J'ai fait chier tout le monde du début à la fin, je vais finir en beauté, quoi. Voilà ce qu'il se dit. Non, mais c'est.
Ah, il est parti, il vient de prendre la gate. Ça a marché. Siga just won the Spice Drop, so thankfully it seems to have made a difference. And now you can just enjoy it in peace. There is a lot of... Ooh, Ace Crystal! There is a lot of people that I most definitely want to check their plots. Like Ace Crystal, for example, I really enjoy his stuff. There's many more. Armor Mercenaries, definitely going to be checking them. Okay, I'm just going to see if I can pull the map at the same time. It should be...
Il est pas là, Ace Crystal là.
Ah si, on était passé devant. So here is the map of the EOS CON, and I'll be checking like the slots one by one to make sure that I'm not missing anyone. I'm not going to be able to visit everyone tonight. That is for sure. But I will be. I will be tomorrow, like after tomorrow. Like I'll make as many streams as necessary to make sure that each and every single ship gets visited and that I may very simply see. So we have just passed on our left this Anthorus Heavy Industries. I'll just alt tab so I can show you where we've gone. Yeah, the mouse is barely visible, so I'll just shake it to make it a little bit more visible. We started here, have been going down this path, and currently we are at this corner. So ArcSpark is right in front of us on those two slots. Starcore, yeah, there is a lot of stuff I would love to see. Yeah, many ships have been moved around, sadly, so the ship designers are going to have to put everything back in place. I'll probably have to put mine back in place before I can visit anyone else's slots. Really annoying. Oops, no, wrong button. Sorry.
C'est marrant le vaisseau là à bâbord devant nous, il ressemble encore au ballon de rugby.
Oh, I was just writing a message and let me open it back. Hello, Conf. So that would be Epic Corp right in front of us, and this is Icarus Project on our right, which seems to have yet again make an even bigger labyrinth than last time. So once again, I will be visiting all of the ships, because I really want to check everything. I just love checking out all of the work, love, and effort that has been put in by other players in this game. I just find it so fantastic.
Ah ça, il y a du monde pour faire un Millennium Falcon, mais alors pour le
Ouais, il y a beaucoup de monde là, Naira. Là, j'ai rarement vu autant de monde sur un ship.
En vrai, il y a 52 personnes, c'est...
Sur un, oui, mais sur un seul chip.
Oh bah les lancements des EOS CON c'était comme ça, hein. Ouais, franchement ça correspond à ce qu'il y avait avant. Là il y a un effet...
la dernière, il n'y en avait pas autant.
Là il y a un petit effet... Ah quand même il y en avait pas mal. Mais là il y a un petit effet
So
serré.
here, that ship here, I'll be showing you what it is. I don't know if it was Arkonus or someone else, but someone was really bored on Starbase, like seriously bored, and found an incredible... No! Starbase! Oof. Found an incredibly weird way of using cargo rock frames, and it is awesome. It really is awesome. So that's something that I'm going to be checking first. I'll make sure all of my ships are straight in place, and then I'll be okay. Tiens, Baron, t'as remarqué comme il a pas pu bouger l'anguille, le heal?
On va passer devant là, je pense, non?
Ouais, mais il a pas pu les déplacer même en essayant parce que ces chips sont tellement massifs.
Putain, je me dis, là il va forcément prendre à gauche, arriver au bout. On sera passé partout, mais partout, sauf sur les Skytankers. Putain. Du coup, toutes les coccinelles se retrouvent à un endroit où on ne passera jamais. Donc, du coup, opération foirée. Eh merde.
So right here on our right, this is Octan Industry. That would be KSI and presumably also Geth. Looking at the colors of the ship, I'm guessing there's one Geth ship. Maybe two, we'll see. Oh, there it is. And those huge things in front of us, like this two, the other one is looking a little bit shy. Those are my designs. Here on the right, those would be cults. There you go, the big towers. They are one single plasma hauling ships.
Ah bah non, apparemment c'est à gauche.
Bah pourquoi tu veux qu'ils partent à gauche, rien à gauche?
Bah ça faisait la boucle quoi.
Non, il est pas encore passé au centre Colt, c'est pour ça qu'il le fait. Those are Colt ladybugs. There's more and more players that do these little things for the EOS CON: pigs, spiders, ladybugs, and those would be Colt's version. I'm fairly curious to see, what am I looking at? That would be... So in front of us, on the left, that would be Egotech and Metalliduc, Haywire, Dynamics, and the library. Oh, that's Django actually has his ships over there.
Putain, il a foutu en vrac.
And oh, that's Coffee Incorporated. So that would be Rukia's designs, which is another player that I'm looking really forward to check out.
Ah, il y en a plein qui ont disparu visiblement.
Deux.
Bah des ladybugs, il y en a quelques-unes devant le M3 mais il y en a plus là sur le carrefour.
Bah il y en a quelques-unes dans le vaisseau aussi.
Dans le vaisseau.
Ah ouais, j'en ai sur la tête là. Des mecs qui s'amusent avec.
Ah non, je vois pas.
Si, il y en a deux ou trois qu'on a récupéré.
C'est ton panneau qui est sur la droite.
C'est pas là-dedans qu'on a tapé, je ne vois pas du tout dans l'emploi.
Si, il est à droite, t'inquiète, c'est vraiment pas un souci, il était déjà décalé de toute façon.
Oh oui, t'es déjà défoncé. Là, je ne vous vois pas, là,
Il y a trois mecs qui étaient ladybugs, je pense.
Ah non, moi je vois pas.
So here's mostly, so this is our stand, but we're also sharing it with Wolf Ships, Freelancer, I'm really looking forward to seeing that. UA Shipyards, Oshi Defan, I apologize if I'm not pronouncing that correctly. And I think Wolf Ships c'est Sherlock? C'est Shallow ou c'est quelqu'un
Non,
d'autre?
non, il est... Non. Shallow, il est avec nous.
Ok, donc c'est Wolf Ships, c'est Shallow.
Ouais, mais je ne vois pas les gens avec les
No.
ladybugs, donc...
Oh no,
malheureusement,
wait,
ça
that
pose
robot
un
would
vrai
be
problème.
Aztec. Or Mint Finding, one of those two. This is Ruka stuff.
Chichi, est-ce que tu sais me dire qui a attrapé des ladybugs? Bah visiblement peut-être Ewire.
Ewire, Peter Plate et le troisième je ne sais pas.
Attends, il faut que je laisse... Alors, Ewire il a rejoint le Discord, je pense qu'il se voulait offrir un truc, il a dû se rappeler de
Et
la dernière fois.
Mosetronic. Mosetronic, Ewire et Peter Plate.
C'est incroyable.
Yeah, it looks like he broke a few... No, he did not leave. Dang it. And yeah, that is... Oh no, that is big ram.
Ah, Mosetronic il a lâché. Il l'avait dans les mains, je l'ai vu.
Ok, ouais, il l'a lâché quoi. Et est-ce que quelqu'un la garde? Je vois pas. Ah, peut-être. Et ouais,
Peter Plate, non?
Minorbat, il a un truc en main lui.
Regarde Peter Plate ici. Il a un truc en main lui.
Putain, c'est pénible ça.
Mais c'est dur de voir parce que comment ça lag.
So here on
Peter
the
Plate,
right, so
il a
that
une
would be
ladybug, ouais, je le vois.
Rukia. So this is like the armor mercenaries, and they've got always some very interesting tech when it looks like
Ah, j'en vois une.
when
déjà,
it comes to combat.
Minorbat aussi.
Peter Plate, Minorbat et Ewire, c'est
That's
ça?
some base.
Ouais.
Okay, that's just interesting. Ouais, la sphère c'est Rukia et je suis super curieux de l'avoir dans le Discord pour comprendre qu'est-ce qu'il a fait et pourquoi. If ever you see me go through, like not passing through a stand, or if I'm missing a ship, please do tell me. I'll make sure to visit them. I won't be visiting everything in this stream, but I'll be streaming again tomorrow and after tomorrow. Then I'll make sure to visit all of the as many ships as possible. Hopefully, all of them by the end of Sunday's stream.
Il y a Fancy, non c'est Minorbat toujours qui se balade avec.
Okay, I'll be taking my ship, putting it back on my
What
plot,
is it,
and making
Titan?
sure everything is well aligned and not disrupted too much. And then I'm going to be visiting Arkspark's Arkonus's plot. Oh, there you go. I'm just going to leave the train.
C'est là où on a démarré, ouais? Non? C'est au rando? Non,
ouais,
si,
au
c'est
milieu,
bon.
les 4 trucs.
Il faut que je retrouve où est-ce que j'ai planqué ma ladybug. Ah, mon araignée, pardon. Où est-ce qu'on a décollé tout à l'heure? C'était à côté de Barouf, je crois.
Tu es à côté de moi là, on était en face.
Je l'ai planqué juste dans les lieux en dessous, je crois.
So that train was made by Viga, and I'm most definitely going to be checking it more in detail later. Viga should have his own. Viga. If he's in a corporation, I don't know which one it is, but I will be visiting it right after.
Je l'ai retrouvé, Barouf.
Je vais ramener le chip, je vais regarder si mes chips ils sont encore là.
Je viens,
Ouais, ça marche. Je fais la même. Barouf. Attention au lag, hein, t'y vas tout doux.
J'arrive, Barouf.
Chichi, je vais te donner le petit Pilatus là, puis je vais aller en chercher un autre.
Ouais, je suis entré, attends, t'es en mode patate là, pour l'instant, attends. 2 petites secondes s'il te plaît. Ton chip veut bien charger. C'est bon, je suis avec toi.
Okay, I'm just being very cautious. I do not want to ram anything. Oh, oops.
Putain, je crois que j'en ai ramé, hein. Merde.
De notre
pas
stand
ça.
ou de chez quelqu'un d'autre? Hein.
Non,
Quel-
quelqu'un d'autre, heureusement.
Quelqu'un d'autre, mais c'était au début, ça compte pas.
Moi je suis méga
Oh putain, il
prudent.
reste une araignée. Oh, je lâche Shura, non. Je me barre avec mon araignée.
Franchement, j'ai failli la prendre, j'ai me dire tant pis pour celle que j'ai cachée, mais j'ai quand même cherché.
Allez, je me barre.
Non,
Je me barre avec mon araignée.
merde.
J'ai un loup qui m'a
Et Chianou qui applaudit. Pourquoi il est pas sur le Discord, Chianou?
Il doit être en train de check. Ok, main menu. Because the eject button doesn't work anymore.
Qu'est-ce que vous faites sur cette espèce de cube rouge là-bas?
Comment ça?
Bah, je vous vois tous sur un espèce de cube rouge.
Bah non, on est sur le vaisseau de Barouf qui tirait tout à l'heure pour le d'artifice.
Ah,
Oh, j'ai perdu mon araignée. Oh,
ah oui,
non.
je la vois.
Elle est où?
Okay, so interesting enough, he looks like he did attempt to ram my ships, but they are
Tu me dis qu'en
very
fait, moi,
heavy. We're talking
Ouais,
about
là,
ships
j'ai
that are
perdu, j'avais même
15. Yeah, sorry, Barov does apologize about it. But unlike Spice Rob, he's just a poor pilot.
sorry.
Tu la vois, Tché, ou pas? L'araignée, elle est où?
Yeah, looks like he did attempt to ram those.
Tu peux reculer, Barou?
Those ships are empty, like 20 kilotons, he's not going to move them. Ah, they're almost the same weight.
Là,
Non, tu peux reculer? On va reculer à la main, hein.
Imperator looks good. Omega Zoom good. Spear
Oh,
good.
je suis dégoûté. Avec le lag, elle a disparu.
elle a des pop là, hein, ça se trouve.
Ah
Oh
ouais,
non,
je
bah
la
non,
vois même
non,
plus.
non.
Okay.
Déjà, il la voyait.
Looks like my own ships are good, so I'm just going to ping Arkonus to see if you can do. Okay, is he? Okay, he is currently.
C'est pas
Non,
grave.
la pluie.
Okay, he currently is on Discord, but with so many people, I'm not going to even attempt to go in that chat.
Mon araignée.
Okay, what I'm going to do is I'm going to ping him on Discord.
Elle a disparu.
Je sais même plus où est-ce qu'il était, le chip. Ah si, là, oui, ok.
Attends, elle est là. Elle est là, je l'ai. Elle était cachée derrière le vaisseau de Mike, c'est pour ça qu'on la voyait pas.
Okay, so that's where Vega is. Okay, there you go. Well, that was easy. Vega would be with Alex Spikes. Okay, his name is Display.
Barou, tu peux pas la bolt sur le vaisseau?
So the story behind those two stupid long ships is that this one got stuck in my capship for an entire year. 1 year. It was presented at EOS CON 2, but it was only unstuck a week ago. And the idea is this is the first version. It has got one plasma of 38 rings. The max speed is over 160 meters per second. Baruf gets 170. So when you go into your settings and you disable VSync FPS limit and you lower the graphics settings as much as you can, since the physics engine of Starbase is V-linked to your FPS, you can in fact get a lot more speed out of the ship. So this one is all about the speed, and that one is just a smaller version. So 1,144 crates, and that one's 1,200 crates. But due to this one being a little bit stubbier, it fits more easily into capital ships and stations. Whereas this one, you do not want to get it anywhere close a capital ship, because the moment you let it unload, it's such a pain to get it out. So they don't have quite the same purpose. So if I just want to casually use like a hauling ship, I'd be using the one on the right, which is called the Eel. If, however, I'm in for trouble, if I'm not absolutely max speed, I'm going for the long one, because he's got a big. Qu'est-ce qu'il y a?
Rien. C'est galère. Pardon.
Barov.
J'arrive pas à bolter mon araignée, moi.
Got confused. So that
Vas-y,
one wet.
Barou, on y va, tant pis.
This one
Désolé,
wet
Ali.
will. You know what? Actually, let me. Okay. Arc. Ooh. Oops.
Mais est-ce que je peux m'allonger? Au secours, quoi. Merde.
Okay, since Arkonus is going to be a little bit late, so I'm going to be presenting my own ships first. That's a good question. My I think yes, but I'm completely unwilling to test it out. If someone buys it from me, I'd much rather recommend that you test it on the PTO. And my argument to me saying yes is that you can in fact get it out at origin, which gives you a weird situation where the ship, if you get it outside of a normal ship designer, it locks in place. You will not be able to move it because it sticks out from the top and the bottom of the ship designer. Like some kind of weird tower. If you spawn it outside though, spawns normally no problem.
Oh mon dieu.
Although it does stick out of the areas a lot, it doesn't touch anything and you can use it no problem. It's only really like stations, no problem, same thing. My only word of caution is don't be very cautious when using it close to a capital ship, because the hangar sizes are not the same. And yeah, they're good ships, like the heavy pumpers. If you need to get stuff transported fast, they go really, really fast. This one goes 135 meters wet. This one is on 145 meters wet.
Hey, Happy.
Hello, hello.
Hello.
Hello, guys.
Hello.
And we are visited by Arkonus. So just as a reminder for those of you watching on the stream, Arkonus is one of the main contributors for the EOS CON. It's not organized by Frozen Byte. It's been made with a lot of sweat and tears by Arkonus and NTPS. If I just you two.
And a few other guys helping us out.
Okay, if you want to do a shout out for them, it's now. So yeah, thanks Jerem. We've had the EOS CON, so website, Discord, planning, inviting, getting stuff done, reminding people, taxi, shoutouts, everything. It's really thanks Jerem that we've got these EOS CONs. And as a the spider's cute though. And there's a very pleasant bonus. He also happens to be a very good ship designer. So I'm going to be visiting his plot now. I'll showcase mine after, and then I'm going to go from plot to plot. Reason I'm going for is first. Normally I like to keep the best for the last. But the reason I'm going to be visiting first is very simply because due to difference in time zones, it's really late where he is. So I'll visit him first. Okay, so here we go. I just need to open the map to know where I'm going, and that would be that one just there. So he's with the Vega. Baron, vous pouvez changer si vous voulez, sinon vous restez comme vous voulez.
Ouais, bah non, mais si tu parles là, en fait, si on parle en même temps, ça va être le bazar.
Ouais, ça marche. Bah, revenez ensuite, quoi, tout simplement, sinon.
Ok.
Ok.
À toutes, les gars.
À tout.
They're just going to move in another channel in order to be able to chat independently. Okay, Arkonus, I am on B5.
Right.
Which is also where Vega has his stuff. So I will be, I'll be looking specifically at ArcSpark's stuff first, which is to say that I'm then going to re-go to B5. Like there's an awesome locomotive, there's like awesome lots of stuff going on. I'll be visiting them just right after. And yeah, Arkonus, thank you again for, well, first of all, organizing everything, but for showcasing your ships. It's always candy for the eyes, and I very much enjoy looking at them. Oh, and right before you go, I'm actually going to present in detail my Imperator, because there's a lot to show on that ship.
Looking forward to it.
That ship has a featureless, and I was like, yes. What's your featureless? Yes. 160 hours later, maybe not such a good idea. But hey, I did it.
Feature bloat is a thing.
Oh gosh, that the ship's name could have been feature bloat. Okay, what ship would you like us to see first?
We'll start from the ones that are already here. So take a look over here where I am. This is my latest. This is my latest small nav logger ship.
Do you want to stream your screen at the same time so that we don't suffer too much from the potato effect?
Correct.
Oh, there you go.
So, I'll fire up the stream anyway, just so you can click in anytime.
The screen is also being streamed, so it's easier, and I'm just going to make that bigger. Perfect. Your ships are so damn gorgeous.
I'm quite proud of the way the cockpit on the ship turned out.
They should. They are so nice to look at. So I do know you've got modules that you use, but you had at some point to do the modules at some point, and then you get them to look nice.
The entrance, one of the entrances to the ship is on the upper deck, on the port side of the ship. There's an open door here. Normally there would be a bridge leading to the main hull, but it's got warped.
The game is suffering.
So yeah, this is a nav logger, so it has all the basic amenities. It has a crafting bench for if you want to refuel the ship, because it also has a few ore crates on the back for carrying spare ice, spare exorium.
I love how you just integrated the nav logger into the design of the ship. I remember one of the first times I visited your ship, you told me there's a nav logger, and I was like, where's the nav logger? You walked on it. I was like, where?
Yeah, I couldn't really integrate it to that same extent as with my larger ships, because this one it's smaller, not a lot of room.
That's still a very good integration in my book. I've got an echo logger, and you could just see that I was not particularly interested in doing anything pretty. It works really well, but it's not nice looking.
Yeah. There's also one thing on this ship. It has an ore scanner in the front.
Yeah,
I tried looking at it from the tip of the nose, and you probably won't be able to see it.
No, I did see it. You can see it through the glass of the cockpit.
Yeah, but if you're just looking at it from the nose head on, then you can't really see where it's going to shoot out from.
Yeah, I've got a lot to show on my Imperator, and a lot of it was very inspired by what I saw on your own designs.
I managed to get the micro gap for this one down so small it's barely even visible.
It is. It really is. The effect of the scanner is bigger than the gap itself. Yep, candy for the eyes as usual.
Lower deck of the ship is where you access the nav logger, and you've got some spare rods, generators, and you've also got the YOLO integrated along the side of the stairwell here.
VK's asking, does it work even a bunch of floating point errors? The micro gap or the nav logger? Micro gap, I suppose? I'd say yes. And the reason I actually would say yes is because I put it on the Imperator. If you want a lag-inducing ship, the Imperator is very high on the list. I've been shooting with it, fighting with it. The lags have been insane, error-causing the whole thing. And I've yet to see a micro gap being cancelled. And that would be because the plates are bolted, so they won't be moving. And I think the gap is like 0.001 units large. It's just that small, but it's enough. As far as the game is concerned, that's enough.
Alright, I wish I could have done better with the propellant, but if I were to plate this whole thing, it would make it so heavy and just make it a bit. It would just force me to add more thrusters, and I don't really want to break the current profile of the ship.
Do you use Navlight for these kinds of ships? No, you use Aegisium. If you want a ship to be very, very light, you can use Navlight. You'd be losing 20% of your armor weight. Pro tip: if your ship's not seeing combat anyway, Navlight is a very good alternative.
Very expensive.
Get yourself a surfacer. It's going to go from expensive to not expensive at all within a snap of a finger. And Navlight is
Also,
not difficult to get.
You also have to remember, I am almost constantly stuck in the SSC.
You should come on my Discord a little bit more often, because I'm somehow also stuck in the SSC a lot, yet I've got the means to print awesome ships. I can assure you, just go on my Discord and utter the words, need resources, very nice looking ship for sale, money's not going to be a problem. Guaranteed.
Alright, this one is my latest and biggest surface miner design.
Yeah, he's a go down ship. How deep can you go before lag starts becoming an issue?
It starts honestly probably about the ship's depth or longer than that. The ship's length.
Okay, that's interesting, because the surfacer is going to start having issues starting, depending on the planet you are on, in between 20 and 15 meters. And my suspicion about it is that, let me guess, it only starts lagging when you go that deep, if it's the first hull you do.
Pretty much.
Yeah, I'm guessing each subsequent hull gets less and less and less and less deep. So my guesstimate, because it's only that, is that you can only dig so much in an area before it gets completely lagged out.
Yeah, let me just guide you around the ship first. Here you will need to reorient. So this ship is basically designed to be walked around in two different orientations. You've got this one, the standard orientation, where you've got the rear cockpit, the main cockpit and the main cockpit both follow this orientation. So it allows you to easily walk down the length of the ship. There's also a reconstruction machine here. Replace safety number 1.
That's
Hopefully
if you
you don't have
press
to use it.
Yes, that's if you press the wrong buttons on the wrong combination at the front.
Yep. Dual-seater cockpit. So on the Mark 1 version of the ship, I actually had a rotating cockpit, but it turns out that it didn't really see a lot of use, so I just replaced it with a fixed cockpit instead.
Yeah, non-moving parts are less prone to snapping too.
Yeah, God knows this thing already has enough moving parts. Let's head to the back, where the business end of the ship is.
The business end.
Yes, the business end, where we came in just now.
I'm still always just as appreciative, just like the stairs, the simple stuff. I know you, like, as a ship designer, you've put them on so many ships you probably no longer pay attention to them, but it's still such a nice thing to look at. Stairs. I tried doing them once, spent 5 hours on it, haven't spent a single minute more since. Do you do a full rotation? No, not quite.
No, nope.
Doesn't
With
need
fixed
to.
Yeah, with stacked turntables like this, you can't do a full rotation.
You can.
I mean, there's so many lasers anyway.
You
It covers
can.
it well enough.
You can. As a matter of fact, I'd very much encourage you to have a little chat with Vega after, because he figured that one out.
There's also, well, I do enough jank, so there are some tricks I would prefer not to use.
Fair, that's a good argument.
So yeah, 24 laser, rotating drill.
So why 24 and not go for the max count? Oh, because you did go for the max count.
Yes, there are 30 lasers on the ship. There are 6 more on the side, in the side turrets.
Yeah, and those are mouse controlled or automated, like it does a bit of both.
Yes. As long as you get in the seat, it will automatically slave itself to your own control, using the range. Because there's a rangefinder there. Yeah.
It's all about the little details. They make such a difference. Yeah, I've seen many people trying to attempt to get their ship to rotate, but I think everyone understood how bad of an idea that really is quite quickly.
I've actually heard a lot of people asking me, why don't I just rotate the entire ship?
Because I can assure you, each and every single one that asks you that question has not spent a lot of time mining on the moon surface. Simple as that.
The reason behind that is just because if your entire ship rotates while you mine, then as your ship sucks up ore into the crates, your center of mass is going to shift. The point around which your ship rolls to drill into the ground is going to shift.
Yep.
So that will actually cause it to slowly drift to one side and potentially crash into the pit itself.
Yep.
So
not something you want to do.
Yes. So having a rotating laser drill solves that problem by not having that. So the whole ship doesn't need to rotate like that. So it's pretty stable. Stays in the middle of the hole at all times. And meanwhile, the side turrets can be used to either widen the hole, or you can get into the seat and use it to target specific ores that you uncover in the walls.
Yeah, and that's what the collector would be there for.
Yeah. So you access the side turrets by going, like, normally you would not want to go through the laser drill, right? So you go through the back of the rear cockpit. Come in here.
Yep.
And now you go down here. And you use this plate to reorient yourself. And now you have clear access to all of the 6 turrets on the side.
It's all about the details, and yet some more very nice looking stairs too. Why did you put... Oh, you even put a hinge. Oh, yo. You really went above and beyond.
Yeah. The hinge is meant to automatically... The hinge automatically rotates the platform out of the way when you move the turret. There you go. So that way the turret doesn't strike the plate. And then once you move it back, it fits back into place.
It's so entertaining to look at your ships. Like, there's obviously an attention to detail that's just mind-boggling, but when it scales to a ship this size, it's just... it gets really interesting.
Alright, now where was I? Let's move on to the other ships. I like to think of this ship as a giant skyscraper, because that's what it looks like when it's digging when you put it digging into the ground like that.
I've got a... So, I've got collection, turntable crate, to save any changes in universe, it's figure, and Naira is just speechless. Yeah, Vigor says it is a skyscraper. I mean, there are 2 big skyscrapers over there too. And that's your head you had at the previous EOS CON, if I remember.
Yep. And the bob head. I remember I managed to show you this one last EOS Con. If
Yeah.
I remember correctly.
It was really fun to look at. We were so amused by the amount of efforts that you had put into a ship with no practical use, and that was just before I started my Imperator, where I did exactly the same thing.
But sometimes it's just that. Sometimes you just need that little bit of fun to keep you to
Oh yeah, I completely agree.
stay above the stress. Yeah.
Yeah, that's
This one. This is my new limited edition car.
Yeah, you gifted me number 10.
It's got butterfly doors. It's got pop-out fuel chambers. Some of the stuff that you've seen that were on the previous that were on the predecessor, I guess, of the ship. And unlike the last one, this one has a fully enclosed cockpit and it has a working steering wheel.
Yeah, that steering wheel really surprised me.
All right, I'm going to make a right turn, yaw right here, so you'll see the steering wheel turn slightly.
Yep.
And I can go left as well. Unfortunately, I didn't quite. I forgot to design it. There's not quite enough space for the turntable to turn down there, so it can't really make very wide turns.
It's Pegran that did a 2-axis joystick, which is just absolutely insane. And I don't know how many hours he spent on the joystick alone. I think too much is a correct answer. Who must we go?
This ship also has foot pedals.
Such a good idea. Yes, Master Gav. EOS CON started. What time is it? Started 1 hour ago. I'm recording everything, and it's going to be uploaded full HD on YouTube. Although I will be cutting off the part where I'm stressing and panicking because I'm late as usual. Just to save myself a bit of face. Hey, zombie! I'll show you what a bit too much details looks like.
Right,
Especially when you're not used to them. Origins Eye, that's a fun ship that you did show quite a few times.
Yep.
Now this, I'm really pleased that you had a ship ready for the EOS CON, because it's one of those mind-boggling new discoveries. Like, it's so fun. Starbase has been out for 2 years now. I think it just it's celebrating its 2-year anniversary quite soon. Didn't have like any major content for the past year, and it's still very interesting discoveries being made every now and again. And this is one of them. So those are cargo lock frames. Arkonus, were you the one that discovered it, or were you inspired by someone?
I discovered it myself.
Okay, second question, how bored were you to spend that much time on a maybe? I'll take that as a yes.
quite bored.
Could you turn one of the cargo lock frames on to showcase a little bit? There you go. This is just absolutely insane, because it really removes some of the annoyances there are with cargo lock frames, which is to say that the corners get completely exposed, and then you're always scared, is it going to whack something? And not only does it actually look good, it's not like big cube. Not only does it look good, it's also incredibly practical. Because these parts here are obviously not worried about whacking anything. Yes, and I did see the pictures that came out of that video, like insane pictures of like the most cursed designs I've ever seen on Starbase. Like so many things. Yeah, and you still made something that's really nice looking, as usual.
It was hell though because the curves are using short beams, and those are absolutely terrible at holding the stress from an asteroid.
One
I
of
have to
your ships doesn't want me to leave. Give me a second.
Oh.
I'm waiting it for to reload in order to be allowed to move again. Ah, there you go.
Yeah, this thing was an absolute pain to reinforce.
I think the results speak for themselves, honestly.
Yeah.
But yeah, I do not envy the amount of time you must have spent on that at all.
But still, I got a nice ship in the end. And I had a couple of comments from people who saw the thing saying that it looks like a stripped bacon.
That's what the zombie is saying right now in the chat, saying bacon is always practical.
Yeah, he was one of the ones who pointed it out first. So I added a bit of a thing here, just for fun.
That raises a whole lot of interesting questions about sense of taste in robots in space. Let's not dive in too deep in that. Oh wow, you had fun with the advanced displays, gosh.
Yeah, this thing is also present on my other Roy Hauler before this. That's a yield calculator, so it gives you an estimate of how much credits you're going to get from your current haul of asteroids.
Yeah, I was about to ask, how big is the Ural Bay for this? Yeah, quite big. Vega says he still wasn't able to convince you to use one of his PFDs. PFDs or PIDs?
PFDs, I think. But the main reason I don't want to use them is...
Proportional integral derivative. I think it's PID, if it's what I think it is.
No, that's not it.
Primary flight display. Okay, that's the other one.
Yeah, the reason I'm reluctant to use that is because these controls, the standard progress bars, are way more legible than any grid display could ever hope to be.
I ran into so many problems with that advanced display setup, I temporarily gave up on them. I went really far into designing using Python code to automate the writing of YOLO. Like I went really far into the idea, but I had to backtrack at the end because it just did not want to work.
There's also a lot of other issues that come with it, like the display not showing properly for other people, stuff like that.
You'll see that the Imperator really suffers of it, which is to say that quite often the displays are just going to not they'll be black because the game is confused and thinks you are far and thus doesn't need to show anything.
And Silent Symphony gave me this thing to stick on the side of it.
Vega, I'm most definitely interested by that.
It's pretty accurate.
You
Considering
do,
how much stress issues I had with it.
You do know you can do that in the ship designer, right?
I got it from Silent Symphony. He says he got it from a cargo crate event.
No,
So
no,
I just stuck it on the side.
I know, but if you there's a whole technique where you shoot something and you press F5 fast enough so that the bullet continues to live outside of the test phase and to go right into the ship designer phase, so you get plates that are damaged inside of the ship designer. You could also do that with explosions before, but it was a bit harder to do.
Yep, I'm aware of that trick, but from what I hear, it makes ships harder to repair. To just chuck in the repair hall.
Wasn't aware of that.
Was it? I'm not too sure.
Vega says it involves time travel. Fair enough. Smells like trouble.
I've got some other ideas using derived from this style of cargo lock frame. So, for Vertex EOS CON, you'll see me coming out with a ship with a 2-dimensional cargo lock frame. Air quote solar sail.
What for?
Just for fun.
Okay. I mean, it is a good argument in Starbase. Zombie says you cannot modify modified blueprint if your ship uses a damaged part, only to repair to the original blueprint. Yeah, but if the original blueprint includes the broken parts, then it shouldn't be a problem. It's just that if you break something, save it as a modified blueprint and then want to get to the modified blueprint, it won't work. If, however, you break the part in the ship designer, which gives its whole host of challenges to deal with. It's not easy to do so, and it's not easy to keep it. But if you're successful in doing that, the very moment you got that save, it's good. You can fix it as many times as you want. Yeah, Vega, I do understand that. Is this a Horner?
Nope. This is an upwards miner.
Nice.
12 laser drill.
Gets the job done. How many crates?
800 and let me double check. 164.
That's good. Considering the plasma and the thruster count, I'm presuming the ship goes max speed?
Yeah, dry.
What
I haven't
about
tested
you?
the wet speed yet.
Oh,
I went crazy with micro gap rangefinders on this one again.
that is always a sight to behold.
It doesn't really look like much on the outside. Just let me go. Let me go inside and turn them on. 1 minute.
Did you remove a chip for the AAS for the EOS CON? Oh, wow.
There is a special mode on my ships where I have this navigation 8 thing. It uses a switch, a 3-state switch, so I have it set to off, or just show the edges, or show everything, without turning the avoidance on.
Cool. Yeah, that's a good coverage.
And you wouldn't know it just looking from the front of the ship without it on.
I mean, that's the whole point.
Yep.
Yeah, cockpits are always really difficult to protect correctly. Nice.
There are 2 decks on the inside. The upper deck here is just a YOLO control room.
You could call that a small library.
This entire wall is used to control the laser drill.
Just the laser drill.
Yes, just the laser drill. And then the rest is for ship systems.
That is a very interesting way of orienting YOLO. Oh, hello, Sandman. It's been a while. So I'll be doing 3 streams for the EOS CON. Right now I'm visiting Arkonus because he needs to go to bed due to time differences. It's quite late, like more like really late where he is right now. And then I'm going to be visiting as many slots as I can. Stop the stream number 2 tomorrow, and stream number 3 on Sunday. And at the end I want every ship to be visited, and if I can do so, with the creators of the ship showing out what's going on with the ships, how do they work. Oh yeah, there's a lot going on inside here. And you protected it with glass to make sure people didn't walk in it.
Yeah.
It's weird. It's like you somehow knew that people seeing that would want to jump in it.
Yeah, that's the insights of the 12 laser drill.
Yeah, I'm not going to be streaming for 40 hours straight.
Cockpit in front here with 2 seats. The front seat is mainly for flight and navigation, and the rear seat is for secondary flight and mining. So since this is an upwards miner, the chair flips around.
Serious question. Wouldn't it be possible to have micro gaps in the cockpit?
Yeah.
I mean, there already is a micro gap, so couldn't you put in a few rangefinders to get a more coverage on the asteroid avoidance system?
There is actually one rangefinder shooting out between the cockpit glass.
Nice.
Yeah, you can see it here.
Right, I'm blind. There you go. Okay, nice. Good stuff.
I can only do this for the center, for a gap in the center though.
Yeah.
Because of because of how the cockpit is shaped, if I can't really get it out any of the side panels.
If you wanted to cheat, I mean, it would be a lot of effort for one small rangefinder. You could have the one rangefinder be here and put onto a slider, so it would hop in and down here.
Ah, I see.
Just an idea, but I do think it would be a lot of work for one small rangefinder.
Yeah, it would. Okay, let's move on. Here you can see the hidden rangefinders here, and some windows for you to look out the ship. And then over here there is another side exit. Kind of hidden between the thrusters and the hull.
You really spent a lot of time on these ships.
There's also a tow beam in the back of the ship, in case you run into some stricken ship out there that needs towing.
How many big generators have you got? 2 or 3?
2.
140,000 worth of electricity per second. Yeah, you can tow some big stuff. Yeah, the cockpits on Arkonus' ships are always, I think, the one of the parts that he nails the best. Cockpits on ships are so difficult to have nice looking. It is really easy to just like put all of the buttons, the sliders and everything and just like clutter the pilot's view, but if you want something that is nice looking, or worse, if you want something that's nice looking and really just has that little extra flavor of doing it on your own style, good luck. Good luck. Hello, Happy.
This one.
Yeah,
This
quite a few
one
players.
is
Sorry, go on.
Alright, this one is a gigatug design.
Yeah.
Intended to tow basically anything, basically two loaded 2K storages, and anything less than that.
Yeah, Vega, the cockpit really is like always something with which you interact a lot. How much weight did you say it could pull? Gosh, that would be.
It's got 9 large generators. Should be able to tow even a loaded 2K storage.
That would make it one of the. Yeah, it's on par with the gigatug boat, my gigatug boat, which you only for 30,000 electricity short. So you've got that would be 630 electricity per second being generated, and yeah, so and it looks better than my gigatug boat. I mean, to be fair, it's not difficult to make it better looking than my gigatug boat, because I did not put any efforts to make it look nice looking, but you still went above and beyond to make this look very good.
Yeah, Zombie was the one who also commented on it being looking like a turbo road.
Happy, the economy is surprisingly easy to crash. It has crashed multiple times since. Where people would just bulk buy everything and resell it at twice the price. Or 3 times the price.
So yeah, Zombie mentioned the Toblerone thing, so I again decaled something on it as a bit of a joke.
It's fun to have Easter eggs on ships.
Yep.
Oh, okay, Happy got banned for his troll. Okay. And your ship has got me. Go on, sorry. I think there's a small delay, we keep interrupting.
Yeah. I really wanted to get a full avoidance system on the ship, but this thing was so close to the voxel limit that I simply could not add more to it than this.
Well, the problem with a towing ship that has an asteroid avoidance system is that even though the main ship does the avoidance, the one being towed doesn't.
Yeah, it's mainly meant to just while you're getting out there.
Yeah, it does give it a good edge.
Alright, bouncing over to this hauler here. This is my latest super heavy hauler. I have one other one which has 1064 crates.
Which
this one goes up to 1340.
Okay.
The one with slanted crates.
So give me just 1 second because I was battling with my FPS. Yeah, figure the server point. So how many crates and what speed did you say?
This one is 1340 crates, and it hits 150 dry.
That's good. That is really good.
It's not going to win any speed records while wet though.
No, obviously. But how fast does it go wet?
I tried loading it down with Lucium. Hang on a sec, let me pull up the stats. It's like near 63 meters, 63 ms wet.
Okay, your ship really does get punished for being wet, but the dry speed really is important.
Yeah.
Thank you for the follow.
It's 1340 after all.
Yeah, I apologize, Arkonus. Stream plus a Discord delay equals a lot of interruptions. Sorry about that.
No worries.
It does look really gorgeous there. My twin towers over there, or maybe I shouldn't call them that way. But okay, my 2 giga haulers do not have as many crates. and they don't slow down, but there are massive constraints when it comes to using them. It did come at a cost. Like, I am fairly confident in saying that your ship was designed inside of a normal ship designer.
Yep, it is.
Yeah, if you try to spawn the eel, the longi, which is the longest of the two, inside the normal ship designer, it clips both the roof and the ground, and it completely immobilizes. It sticks through, like the head is on one side and the tail is on the other end. But Baruf said he was able to go 170 meters per second with it. I was able to go 160. And wet it goes 145. It just does not want to slow down. And for those of you that are not aware, the way you go over the 150 meters per second speed mark is fairly simple. You go into your settings. You go into your graphics settings. You disable the speed limit, the FPS limit. It needs to be 0. Make sure the FPS limit enabled is checked out. Disable the vertical synchronization, and if your computer allows it, you're going to be going 160, 170. My maximum is 160. I can't go over that. Baruf using GeForce Now was able to go 170. The one you tested damage was the eel. So Anguille is the French word for eel. The two ships have got like a very closely related story, which is to say that one of them got stuck in a cap ship for an entire year, so I had to shrink it down into another design. Yeah, that's why you didn't see the Anguille, the big ships. That's why you didn't see them at EOS CON 3. It's because they were stuck in my cap ship.
That explains it.
Yes, I wanted to show them, I couldn't.
Because I remember you working on it since the last EOS Con.
I worked a lot on them, but it was stuck. It could go in the cap ship, but couldn't go out. Both of them go over 150 dry. Wet, obviously not. The biggest goes 170 and the smallest goes 160. Which are insane speeds, but only if your computer allows it. If you've got a potato computer, they'll go 150. It's not negotiable. But if you my computer allows 160, but more powerful computers will allow you to go 170. Because Starbase physics are very closely related to your FPS count. So weird stuff happens the more FPS you're able to clock in.
Right. Signature Arkspar's cockpit here.
How do you go into your cockpit?
From the top. This one uses a slightly different cockpit opening mechanism compared to my other ships.
The glass is so transparent, it's actually hard to tell when it's open or not.
It's open now.
No, I can see that. That is nice. I presume you used it at least once or twice.
Yeah.
Big, heavy-duty oaring ships are incredibly useful.
And it does have a full avoidance system as well.
Yep, that is very precious. Although I'm unsure you'd want to use it a lot in the EOS and Elysium belts due to the increase in density.
Yeah, probably not. This thing doesn't have a lot of brakes. It only has 8 braking thrusters.
Yeah, it has enough to get the job done, but no more.
No more. I would hesitate to use it to basically trying to dodge asteroids with it would make me nervous. Definitely not at high speeds.
What's your braking distance when it's fully loaded? Zombie's asking.
Untested.
Fair. Let's say long.
Yeah.
Yeah, even my
Long
ships,
is
when
accurate.
the recommended way to use my ships is to do a 180 and give it a good thrust.
Right. This last one is actually a hauler I took over from another guy called Serzas. It was apparently pretty well known back in the day. It was the Percheron.
So this one is also a hauling ship.
Yep. It's a hauling ship. I
This one is an
revamped
interior.
The thing. Yep, the original only had a very bare bones interior, so I revamped the heck out of it. And add the heat sinks. Some of my signature tricks you'll see here, like the angle generators.
That is nice.
And these plate heat sinks actually make really good wall decorations.
The only one I know where that sentence makes perfect sense. Any other designer would be like, yep, good luck. You went through all of the plates in the game to see which one could fit what ship in what situation.
Pretty much.
There are a
Still a
lot
few I
of...
haven't quite figured out how to use yet.
Yeah, but there's a lot of plates that I just don't see anywhere else at all. They just don't get used. How many crates does this one have?
Exactly 1,000.
That would be
The original ship.
shit thrusters.
Yeah, the original ship had a pretty good design to start with, so I just modernized the heck out of it and added my own style to it.
How fast does it go dry?
Dry, it goes 150,
Nice.
and it goes 93 when wet.
Oh, okay, so slightly better numbers than the other one, but less crates as a consequence.
Yes. And probably the main appeal of this thing is going to be that it's cheaper because it doesn't use a plasma.
Yeah. Yeah. Plasmas, when you like your big tug ship, would be at the very least 500 or 600 Imurium. More 600 and maybe even a little bit more due to the usage of the big generators and the big and the plasma thrusters.
Yeah. Expensive.
Or like 2 or 3 of my corporation members absolutely love to say and repeat, pocket money. But the amount of time we both have spent designing ships is also the amount of time that they spent mining.
Yeah.
So they did accumulate a lot of wealth.
Yeah. Right. That's about it for this time around, since I'm only bringing the newer ships.
Have you got enough time and energy for me to showcase my own ships?
Yeah.
Okay, let's run to the plot, which is not that far, and then I'll be visiting all of the other plots. I didn't bring all of the new ships. There's also old ships that were never presented before that got their first showcase. But yeah, some of them have got a very interesting story behind them. Is it already Sunday again, man? Yeah, I know, right, DJ? I looked at Starbase for 2 seconds only, I swear, and I went from Friday to Monday like snap of a finger.
That tends to happen. That tends to happen when you're in the design group, after all.
Well, it used to happen. I now have a girlfriend and she doesn't really like when I do that, so... I do get reminders that I do need to spend some time outside of the ship designer.
Yeah, gotta go touch some grass.
Hello, Colt.
Colt, non, ça c'est moi ça.
Oui.
Ah, petit, je viens te voir pour juste un truc, je sais pas si tu fais le tour des ships, si jamais tu passes à côté des Skytankers, juste oublie pas de... Si tu fais... Alors si tu dois expliquer...
Je suis juste à côté, je vais te laisser faire.
Ouais.
Je...
C'est juste pour rappeler, tu sais, qu'il y a un trésor dans le E1.
Bah, je vais le dire tout de suite. Colt wants me to say that his E1 Sky Tanker, which, if I recall correctly, is yes, it's this one, has a treasure which kind of like a code hidden somewhere on it with a prize to win if you find them in time. Private messages, obviously. C'est quoi le prix?
Je crois que c'est gagné, il gagne le BP du ship, un truc comme ça. Il me semble que c'est ça de mémoire.
So you do get the blueprint of the ship in question if you find the code. It's like references and whatnot that are a little bit that's well hidden within the ship. Colt, à la limite, ce que je te propose, c'est donne-moi 15 minutes, ensuite je te laisse présenter tes ships.
Ok, ouais, y a pas de souci. Je vais retourner vite fait avec les autres. Tu me dis quand c'est ok, parce que là en fait je suis spammé. Et il faut que je réponde à un message et tout le bordel, là c'est un peu merdique.
Oh t'inquiète, je t'envoie un MP sur Didi ou sur ou in-game?
In-game c'est mieux, je le verrai.
Ok.
Alors de mémoire, alors juste par contre le prix je crois que c'est un... Alors je crois que pour...
je te laisse présenter tout ça quand tu passeras, c'est plus simple.
Ok.
Comme ça tu fais tout d'un coup.
Ok d'accord.
Hop, à toute Colt.
À toute.
Okay, so those big three flagships are called ships. He's going to present them. After. Let's start with like this small ship called the Megazone. It will be for. This is one of the Echo ships. So it is going to be sold for free, which is like sold for 0 credits. As soon as I'm done testing with it, I've been using it to test bench the new advanced displays. Looks like I want to stream on... Oh, there you go. If it takes too much time to load for you, I'll be streaming it on Discord too. So you get the view of the ships with no delays. Yeah, as a matter of fact, let me do that now. There you go. Because it's nice and all to have some... to have access to Twitch, but it does introduce... quite the delay. The Megazone is a racing chip. It's like 50% thrusters, 40% generators, and the rest is YOLO. It's really designed to go as fast as possible. This one does go the 160, which means that I've reached my own limit when it comes to my computer. Should be able to go faster if you've got a computer that allows you to do so. Yeah. Okay, the advanced displays are being a pain, but it has like very advanced display systems. I've been experimenting with them to have like progress bars and whatnot. Seems like they completely broke, so I'm not going to try and get them to work. That's going to be for another time. The little one here on the side is the Spear. It got us to the finals on the previous PvP event twice in the same game. Went all the way to the finals, lost against armor mercenaries that put one hell of a fight. Lost, got to the loser brackets and went all the way back up to the finals where we lost again. I do not think we had a single victory against them, and I'm very patiently waiting for my ship to come back. Thank you. Yeah, that ship is jam-packed with YOLO. No, this one is not. So this one is the reason why we lost is that this ship is an incredible duelist, but it's a planar fighter, a 2D fighter. You orbit one another, like 1 versus 1. It's an amazing ship. Which it is only, I think it's 160 centimeters high. Your endo is taller than this ship. It is that flat, which makes it incredibly good at orbit fighting. But the armor mercenaries came with ships that were way better at pitch control, and we got wrecked. We got completely wrecked. It was an awesome match. I really learned. It has 4 lasers, 1 railgun, and it was a lot of fun to do. Yeah, I've been using the micro gaps a lot for my aiming reticles.
Glad to see you're getting good use out of it.
I have. Your ships have been an amazing inspiration for that kind of stuff. Although this ship really is not designed to be pretty, just to be as efficient as possible within the 1 kiloton range limit. Okay, so those two absolutely stupidly big towers are Longi. The Ongi is the longest one, and the Eel, which is the shortest one, although stupidly long too. Ongi means eel in French. It's the same word, and they are incredibly similar to one another. They are stupidly long. I recall that on the Ongi you can run out of endurance before you're able to run from one end to the ship to another. That long. So the left one has got 1 plasma 38 rings, the right one has got 1 plasma 32 rings. 1,144 crates for Longi, 1,200 crates for the Eel. So I first designed 1 year ago the Longi, the biggest the biggest one. It was really fun to show it at the EOS CON. Initially, it was literally designed as a way to get people to come to our slots on the EOS CON. I wanted ships that were attention grabbers, and it really did a good job. I was able to design it and spawn it in my capital ship, no problem. At the end of the EOS CON, I put the ship back into the cap ship, where it remained stuck for the better part of almost 1 year. Couldn't get it out. I could not get it out at all. It did not want to go out because my max size ship designer, max size for a capital ship includes beams and plating, was not big enough to allow the ship to go out. So recently I built a station ship designer inside of my capital ship, which means no beams, no plates, just the ship designer itself, and only then was I allowed to get my ship out, which is why it is now on display. But because it was getting stuck and I still wanted to have a shaker hauler, I designed the Eel. Hello, Trickster. Yes, I mean, that is precisely the purpose of these ships, is to get attention. So the Eel is a more refined design. It's got a shorter range. Ongi 1,500 kilometers, Eel 1,000 kilometers, which is still a very good, design.
I think in the era of cap ships, we don't really need ultra long range haulers anymore.
No, the range really is a bonus, but I do use one characteristic they have is a very zero compromise asteroid avoidance system. It is possible to get a better coverage than that, but it gets really annoying to do so. And the idea is that even tier 1 asteroids find it very difficult to pass through. So due to the increase in the density of asteroids due to the increase of density of the asteroids of EOS and Elysium, the previous hauling ships became almost impossible to use because of how bulky they were. This is why I created like these needle-like ships. They're designed to allow you to go through anyway. The best asteroid avoidance system is an asteroid avoidance system that you don't need to use in the first place, because there's less avoidance to do. And they work really well. There was a bit of testing, and it was found out that the length of the ship is a bit of a weakness. Because of how long it is, while it avoids one asteroid, there's a very real chance of ramming into another one. There's a limit. Yeah, there's a limit, however, to what I can do.
Then again, with how thin the ship is, the odds are should still be quite low.
They are. But comes a moment where it's playing Russian roulette. It doesn't matter how low the chances are of shooting something. They're non-zero. So if you click enough, comes a moment where you will knock something. What's interesting is that unlike most hauling ships, the probabilities are considerably lower. So you can play with fire much longer. And whenever you do, they're reasonably easy to fix because of how exposed all of the components are. I'll give you an example. These little cuts, they purposely painted to be as invisible as possible. But they allow you to have access to the generators and modules. So if you really wanted to, if you really want to do, it is possible to change the rods by hand. Not recommended, but yes, you can. And yeah, like, they were super fun to design. Let me go straight. Thank you.
I think that's the most important thing in this game, that you have fun designing.
Yes, that is also something I remind viewers on... viewers? No, actually, no, not my viewers, not so much. More like corporation members, that the most important really is to have fun in the game. If you don't, it's a waste of time. This logo, by the way, which was presented at the previous EOS CON, but is still here because, well, I need a logo to be displayed, was because I saw you and other players starting to have like these very fancy logos. So I was like, yep, I really need my own. The QR code works. It links you to... actually, I forgot. Does it link you to the SSC or does it link you to my Discord? Let me see. Discord. It links you to the Discord, and it allows you to see everything, like whenever the ships are on sale and whatnot. Now, la pièce de la résistance is the Imperator. So, I've been looking at Arkonus' ships for a while. And I was like, I want my own ship that really is awe-inspiring. It's not loaded for you yet. You will probably have to be a bit patient, this thing is. I had a long list of features, and I just went yes on all of them. So it's got a few very interesting characteristics. It's very Latin inspired. Obviously, Veni Vidi Vici is going to be like Jules Caesar. The eagle being displayed with I forgot the name of those sleeves. In French, you'd say laurier. Laurel, thank you. Is well a very clear hint. Ilia iacta est, alea iacta est is the dice are cast, or in French, le sort en est jeté. Crashing of the ships would spawn. No, it actually does not. Until you shoot it. The moment you shoot, everyone freezes. This thing is no joke. I'll tell you why in a second. And underneath is another sentence that I'm not even going to bother trying to read, that very simply states, cowards die 1,000 times, heroes only die once. That's what the bottom Latin quote means.
Right.
It's got 24 lasers, 6 railguns, and it's got enough generators to shoot non-stop and enough ammo to allow you to shoot for 2 entire minutes. You can literally press the spacebar button and go and make yourself a cup of coffee, it's still going to be shooting. And the railguns have got enough ammo to shoot for even longer than that. So you can shoot for a long time. I made the design boltless. I've since then reconsidered quite a lot of life decisions due to it. It was a terrible idea.
Understandable.
On a ship that size, it was a terrible idea. Because it didn't go fast enough, it has got the most complex thruster setup I ever did on any ship. It's a double-layered thruster setup, plus the thrusters on the side. So although this ship is an absolute anvil, and it does fly like an anvil, it's 15 kilotons, it's still able to reach 120 meters per second. Thank goodness, because otherwise I'd refuse to sell the ship, or I would have started all over again. So I'm glad it did that. It does have a towing beam, and it is able to tow very big ships. Because the usage of the ship was very debatable, I actually put a little Easter egg on the top of the cockpit, like in front. The Labora kill count. The ship needs to be used for something. And a very interesting thing about this ship is that it has a digicode to allow you to get in. You are able, in fact, to lock the ship closed and forbid anyone from opening. So right now the door is opened. If I press the door button on the side, it's going to close and it's also going to open, no problem. But the very moment I press that lock button, it will only unlock if I press the code. So now it's locked. Even pressing the lock button again, it's not going to want to unlock. Even attempting to open the door, it's not going to open it. So default code, which can be edited, like I'm obviously showing you the default one, is 1337. But if I enter a wrong code and validate, it's very simply going to tell me that it's wrong. 133 up 3 again. 7. You can show the code. Yes, the Gigatalk boat can pull ships that are heavy up to 120,000 kilotons, which is 50% heavier than the heaviest ship I've ever seen in the game, which also happened to be one of my ships. It was the eco storage that was filled with lots of stuff. Okay, and now it opens. Let's head inside. It's got a hidden ESUN. Oops. A hidden reconstruction machine inside of the ship. 542550. I could if I wanted to. Like, you go in the YOLO and you swap the code. It's super easy to do. Like, you can have yours very easily. A little trick, Arkonus, go out the ship. No, actually, like, yeah, I'm at the beams. It's easier that way. Oh, wait a second. Wait. There's a timer on the door if the locks is enabled. Let me... Whoops, there you go. Should open again. There you go. It has 3 cockpit seats, because when you start shooting, the cockpit is obviously going to be... Start fighting, the cockpit is obviously going to be the main weakness of the ship, and it allows you to go from one seat to another. That has been used. Most definitely something that has... Oh, hello, Ricard! Thank you for the raid. He just raided me on Twitch. And yeah, like advanced displays with color changing setups. So if I start tinkering with the... Actually, we'll do that. If I go on to combat mode, enable... Oops. Come on, mate. There you go, thank you. So now the colors change accordingly to the desired levels. Okay, I just need to do a screen reset. Thank you. So what's happening here is that because I pressed the full power button, like I want 100% electricity generation, the generators are now being displayed as red because they're not at 100%, and then it's going to go orange and then green. If I uncheck the combat mode or the full power mode, it does the exact opposite, and at which point the full will be red and low will be green. Now, the reason why I did that is because I wanted to point the nose of the ship upwards, because the AAS is in fact... Whoops, I banged. Oh, dang it. The AAS is in fact fully operational. So Arkonus, I'm going to invite you to head outside of the ship, look at the nose of the ship, but not be in front of it, because otherwise the ship is going to gen avoid. Okay, wait a second. Oh, okay. And whoops. So what happened is that I pressed a panic fire button. So the very moment I want to ship, the ship is like, you are in combat right now. I'm enabling combat mode, I'm enabling your guns, I'm closing the door, and I'm getting the generators to be at 100%. Okay, that should be good. So yeah, that is most definitely inspired by your stuff. So it's got the asteroid avoidance system is on hinges on the side. No, it is going to avoid.
Oh.
I don't have a I want to be displayed mode. Due to this being a combat ship, I obviously did not want the asteroid avoidance system to be too exposed. So when you are not fighting, you very simply press a button and the hinges collapse. So the asteroid system is now almost completely flush with the rest of the ship. And there's quite a few, like all around. The asteroid coverage is very decent on the ship.
Nice.
Yeah, that was very inspired by your designs. And obviously it wouldn't be fun if I couldn't do this. Ah, the RAM, it's lagging so bad. Okay, it does shoot faster normally. This is just insane lag. Okay, I'm not going to attempt to demonstrate it, but the idea really is that the ship is able to shoot absolutely non-stop. It's got 4 big ammo storage containers. This is a bug, by the way, with the advanced displays. Sadly, nothing much I can do about it. Okay, damage. You maybe have a better computer than I do. So yeah, that's all of the engineering that went into the Imperator. A lot of oh, let me out. A lot of work. I think I spent in between 140 and 180 hours on that ship alone. More if you include the time I spent on other ships, modules that then got incorporated into the ship. At which point the time involved can go way over 300 hours.
Very, very nice.
Thank you.
At the very least, you're proud of it, right?
Ah, damn right I am.
Yeah, so it was worth it.
Yeah, it definitely will, and it is going to be for sale at long last after months, literal months of design. It is going to be for sale at the end of the EOS CON. I just like one word of advice: please double check the price of this ship. It's really high. It's one of the by far most expensive combat ships you will ever find in this game. And it's not a practical fighting ship. It flies, it shoots, it's super pretty looking, you do not want to fight with it. Everything was done in order to make it fight compatible. By all intents and purposes, it's got Oninum armor, Oninum corrodium, it's got a few hidden railings here and there. This like internal armor, like everything was made to make sure that this ship was as combat ready as possible. The very moment you start getting shot, lag for everyone loading this ship. It does not like being shot at.
Oh
man. So yeah, I'm back into ship designer. Like it's inspiring me for more and more ideas. Like there's different things I want to test. This here is one of the 2 ships that were used for the fireworks. I tried splitting the system with the relays. I don't have that problem. I do have ships that have that problem, but that problem specifically does not happen with the Imperator. The Imperator actually flies surprisingly well. It's slow, it's super heavy, and it has an insane inertia, but it flies, and it flies well. The problem is that it's got 30,999 bolts, 14,550 objects. The object count on this ship is insane, which means that the very moment you get shot or you can shoot at people, no problem. The very moment you get shot, the damage calculations just become insane. I had a fight with one of Scipion's oh, is it that bad? Oh, okay, I'm super curious to see it. I had a fight with like a super ship from Scipion, and the fight was just Scipion, wait, I'm lagging. Oh, okay. 30 seconds wait time. I can see. Okay, let's continue. Bang, bang, bang. Happy, I'm lagging extra. Okay, 30 seconds waiting. We still had a very fun fight, but it was a lot of waiting. The Paria was one of the 2 ships that was used for the fireworks earlier in the EOS CON. It was initially intended to be a 3 kiloton ship for the tournament, but in the end I used a 30 laser rather than a 30 plasma ship. It's a fun design, it's a lot of fun to play. It's very unpleasant to be shot at by 30 plasma cannons. And right on the side is the Nemesis. That, I believe, is the very, very, very last of my front cockpit designs with vertical glass, because I just saw how fragile it can actually be. It's well protected, you can have a lot of fun fighting with it before the game's like, hey, I've had enough, it's just a lag festival. And it's got multiple different aiming systems, so you get laser designators, rangefinders, and cargo lock beams in order to be able to see where you're aiming at, regardless of the situation. And it's surprisingly well armored. It's a 4.7 kilotons, and it uses a lot of Cutonium and Oninum as main armor. It goes 120. I posted on it on Reddit. It was a very fun comment. I was like, oh, okay, I actually don't want to go slower than 120 now. It was fun. It never saw actual combat. It's just one of those ships that's very fun to display. A fun ship. A very, very fun ship. And that, if I recall correctly, is 5 kiloton. A 5 kiloton ship. And that would be the Marauder, which was my very, very, very first attempt at a true meta fighting ship. Well, sadly, it didn't turn out to be like super meta due to its weight. It's both, so I can't pick it up. I recall it's 5 kilotons. But it is a fun ship. I gave one to... I'm so bad with names, it is so frustrating. Farpoint. I gave one to Farpoint and he had a lot of fun with it. It's a good ship. And that is it for my ships. I need to call the other Ouroboros members to get information on the other ships. Arkonus, thanks a lot for checking them out. And once again, thank you very much for, well, first of all, organizing the EOS CON, and then for hopping on my Discord and presenting your ships.
No problem.
I'll be hopping into the other chat, or actually I can call Colt, so depending on if you want to go to bed now or not.
It's 5 a.m. I need my
okay,
sleep.
no, that is like, okay. Once again, thank you so much, and I'll wish you a very good night.
Or, well, what's left of the night at least.
What's left of the night, indeed. But yeah, once again, thank you very much.
No problem.
Well, good night,
Hey.
sweet dreams.
Good. Yeah. See ya.
See ya. I'm just going to wait for Colt now, so that he may come and present his 3 new sky tankers. One of which has got some interesting details going for it, aka the secret. I think I'm going to have to hop into my into the other chat. He doesn't seem to have seen my messages.
Right.
Night, Arkonus.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Okay, Colt is coming. I don't know if he's sure of what he is doing. Actually, there are ships that are not ours at all in this plot. Wait, let me save this picture. Save. No. Save picture. Up. Da 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 da. Open with paint. Whoops. What's this? Zoom on that, not that much. That way the map is nice and visible. And I'm going to say we did... Okay, so we did arc sparks here. Actually, can I do it a little bit better? Not super used to using planes. Can I do that? Yeah, okay, I did arc sparks. I did not quite do Vega's Vega Industries. Okay, I haven't done that yet. Did Roboros? Yep. Chez les Antares. Okay, he's in for quite some. For quite some long. Okay, as a reminder, there he is. I'm just going to see if he wants to vocal chat. Ah, merci, excuse-moi, je savais pas le truc de faire. Okay, so Colt is going to be presenting these three ships. They are ships that are not ours at all. So Wolf ships, it would be Shenwu that is just there. Baruf has got quite a few of his own ships, but they aren't labeled, but they are those ones just there. And the rest of the ships on this slot, I do not know who they are. Just as a reminder, I'm not going to be able to see each and every single ship tonight. I mean, I think I'm going to be streaming for a bit over an hour, like an hour and a half. So I'll be visiting what I can visit. And I'm going to be streaming again tomorrow, and I'm going to be streaming again after tomorrow. And I'm going to be very intent on visiting each and every single one of the ships, and if possible, with the designer of the ships in the vocal chat, if I can. With time difference in times, it may not always be possible in availabilities. Ok, Colt, qu'est-ce que tu veux faire? On parle français, je traduis, ou tu veux essayer de parler anglais direct?
Je pense qu'on va traduire. Je vais essayer d'être très court en français, tu traduis en anglais le principal. De toute façon, il y a tout sur le Discord, on va pas s'étaler parce qu'il y a énormément de boulot, donc on va essayer de faire rapide. Je pense que ça peut être bien. Qu'est-ce que t'en dis?
Ouais,
on commence
ok.
par le M3.
Ouais. Freelancer is you damage UA shipyard and Nokia, they are from. Ah, ok. Same company. Colt, est-ce que tu peux partager ton écran? Ça va être plus facile comme ça. En fait, on a les deux points.
De charger les...
Je les ai chargés pour le coup, tous les trois. C'est une surprise.
Ok, nice.
Oups, that was it. There you go.
C'est ok pour toi?
Ouais.
Ok. Donc là, le M3, donc chip sur lequel tu es partenaire d'ailleurs. Et ça, c'est donc le descendant de mon best-seller, le M1.
Okay, un instant. So this is the M3. So M3 is it's a line of ships, M1, M2, M3, and that one is going to be the latest addition. It seems like he's been using a lot of my YOLO inside of his ship. Vas-y.
Alors donc, du coup, c'est en soi, il est aussi puissant que le M2, donc c'est-à-dire un peu plus puissant que le M1 en termes de minage. Sa rapidité de minage, elle est, c'est voilà 30 secondes par T10, hein, grosso modo.
30 seconds for one tier 10 asteroid to mine it completely.
Voilà, mais ce qui le caractérise vraiment par rapport au M1 et au M2, le M3, c'est évidemment le minage à la souris. Et ce qui fait qu'en fait, là, on a vraiment la sensation de jouer, de miner avec une très grande précision, quoi, parce que c'est minage à la souris. Quoi.
So all of these lasers that are placed in a ring all around the... Starbase. Oh no, not Starbase, that's me, sorry. All of these turrets that are placed all around the pilot use a mouse aiming system. So you can in fact mine using your mice. You enter like mouse mining mode, and then you use the C key to mouse aim, and that information is redirected to the mining lasers, which in turn allows you to mine very accurately whatever you want. So it's a nicer, more interactive way of mining. Tiens, parfait. There you go. It's quite reactive too.
J'essaierai tout à l'heure si ça lag pas trop, je laisse tourner le générateur. Après juste l'intérieur, voilà, donc c'est un chip qui permet éventuellement de faire des alliages. Donc là il a 2 Furnace, Belt Furnace, mais bon ça peut être remplacé par les Moon Atmosphere Furnace. Et il y a quand même un petit peu d'intérieur, des crates de secours pour un circuit dédié pour protéger quelques ressources, pour pouvoir réparer le ship en cas d'accident. Et voilà. Quoi.
So those crates just there are on an independent network, which means that the resources that you put in there are not shared with the rest of the ship. But the intent behind doing so is very simply to allow you to be able to have emergency resources should something go wrong, in order to allow you to do some simple fixes.
Voilà, après il n'a pas plus de caractéristiques que ça par rapport au M2, hein. Il y a toujours de la reconstruction machine, tout ce genre de choses qui permettent de miner. C'est un chip à un peu plus de 600 crates.
600
et qui fait
crates.
très bien le boulot.
Reconstruction machine on the roof. Il fait max speed dry and wet dans ton truc.
Ah ouais, oui. Tout
Yeah, it's 150 meters per second regardless of what you load it with. It's just a pleasant ship to use altogether. Simple as that.
Et bon là je vais essayer de faire une petite démonstration de minage en espérant que ça lag pas trop.
Je me mets sur le côté. So yeah, here as you can see on the screen on the side, here's mouse controlling them. It's not super precise, but the lack of precision is in fact an advantage, as it allows you to completely cover the asteroid.
Après tu détruis toujours ce que tu vides, hein. J'ai jamais eu d'échec, hein. En général, ce qui est en face est détruit quoi. Ça y a pas de souci.
Whoops. So yeah,
Donc, voilà donc.
A very pleasant ship to use all together. Colt has got his own Discord where he posts his ships. Tu veux me filer un lien de ton Discord ou pas?
Ah oui, je le ferai juste après. On finit les présentations, après je passe le lien. Y a pas de problème. Ça, y a pas de souci.
Okay, he's got his own Discord, which I'm going to be linking. It's independent from mine, although it is referenced on my own Discord. By the way, all of the ships I have presented are going to be put from sale at the very latest at the end of this EOS CON. All of the ships that I designed will be for sale. What's this? Many lasers.
On passe rapido au E1.
Yeah, so this is the E1, and this would be a surface mining ship.
Alors ouais, c'est un mineur de surface qui a 28 lasers sur le pod central, qui est le même que celui du surfaceur. Donc ça, Barouf est partenaire sur ce chip.
28 lasers for the pure surface mining. And you've got a secondary cockpit, like you've got 2 more cockpits as a matter of fact. This cockpit here allows you for mouse control of the 3 turrets that are just here. So instead of actually pretty much like Arkonus's design we saw a little bit earlier, just like a very different application. Because this would be a trench miner, whereas Arkonus would be a vertical miner. So yeah, just like simple, nice and easy. If an asteroid got missed, you can come and mine. Est-ce que je viens de te voir presque miner ton propre ship?
Ah, peut-être qu'avec les trucs. Mais non, les lasers ils sont pas montés là.
Oh, optical illusion. Okay, I thought he was mining his own ship.
De toute façon, là c'est pas possible parce que
Si Pion veut que tu fasses un test.
Ah, y'a moyen.
Ok, mais il veut pas trop de la vie facile, visiblement.
Ah bah oui, effectivement.
I will, Vega. I will. I'm going to be visiting all of the ships on this plot, and then depending on who's checking my stream, who is available on Discord, I'll be on priority seeing the people that can present their ships. It's always more fun to have the creator of the ship present you this ship. For how long can it mine? Hours on end, considering that he's got 2 big... Oh, good lord. You could fall asleep and wake up in the morning and the thing would still be mining. We're talking hours, literal hours of continuous mining. T'as quoi comme autonomie sur ton ship?
Pour le minage en minage de lune et ainsi de suite?
Ouais.
15 heures, quelque chose comme ça.
15 hours.
Après, il se remplit en 35 minutes. Hein. 35 minutes, 40 minutes, il est rempli chez toi. Donc voilà, donc c'est un chip qui a été fait pour être ultra réparable, comme tous les Sky Tankers, hein, vous pouvez accéder à tout.
So really as easy to fix as possible, like seriously easy to fix stuff. Everything is nice and accessible. If the game could just let me switch through. Ah. You get the idea. 28 wait, t'as 30 lasers en tout?
38 lasers, mais ça fait 30 au total avec les deux à l'arrière.
30 lasers, 15 hours of mining, yes.
150 mètres par seconde quoi qu'il arrive, plein ou vide. Ça y a pas de souci. Il a une autonomie de 3000 km sur le propellant. Reconstruction machine, quoi crafter, pareil, des alliages, ce genre de choses.
So what Colt told me also is that he hid something like a small code, small Easter egg of sorts on this ship. And if you find it and hand it to him, private message, you can get this blueprint for free.
Alors c'est ce blueprint ou un autre, je dirais que les
Or
clients
another blueprint.
du E1, là en fait les clients du E1, ceux qui l'achètent auront plus de facilité à trouver le trésor, mais il y a en fait c'est comme si tu gagnais un token, c'est-à-dire en gros tu gagnes un BP, peu importe lequel, un BP futur, un BP d'aujourd'hui, et le token peut être donné à n'importe qui.
So what he's saying is that you can give like it's a token. Like, the free blueprint can be given to like it's a token that can be given to someone else, or that can be used on another one of its ships. So if you're more interested, like if you find the secret on the E1, but you just want the M3 because why not, you can.
Donc voilà en gros pour le E1. Et ensuite on peut finir rapido sur le H1 juste au-dessus. Lui il n'y a pas grand chose à dire.
The numbers on your ship, why so... and by the way, Zombie Mouse, for the auto-deletion of the Valkite, that is a subject that I'm going to be trying to solve. I've got a very good idea. I don't know how applicable it is, but the idea I have is to not collect the Valkite in the first place. So you trench, but the trench digging is horizontal, not vertical. Like that's vertical, it goes nose down. It's horizontal and it goes left, right, left, right, left, right. You then get towing beams that pick up the asteroids and get them way over the trench where they get mined. I'm going to be experimenting with that to see if it is possible or not to not mine the Valkite. Because if I do so, there's going to be interesting results. So that's going to be some of my next streams that are coming up. 3 tanks, so I think it... damage, that would be because he's got... T'as ton générateur qui tourne à 100% quand tu fais ça? Y a damage qui dit que t'es peut-être censé avoir un petit peu plus. Oh, just skip I did. Okay, I will check, thank you. Just going to confirm... Yes, when you've got enough big generators going around, you can really have fun with towing stuff. Ok, bah je te laisse me présenter le... C'est lequel celui-ci? C'est le H1. H1. Yeah, Colt really likes his big ships that are easy to fix and where you can just walk around. Although this one doesn't have a ground.
Là, c'est ouais, ça c'est juste un hauler. Il a été fait, pensé juste pour décharger les capships. En fait, il fait 30 km pour aller sur Origin, 30 km pour retourner au capship. C'est un gros hauler de 1000 crates avec 2 plasmas pour pouvoir être toujours à 150 mètres par seconde quoi qu'il arrive, parce que c'est ça le...
1000 crates regardless of dry or wet, and purposely designed to go from your capship to the origin station back and forth so no consideration about asteroid avoidance system, just pure speed, 1000 crates, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. It's really just to get stuff done in a minimum amount of time.
Voilà, il a été fait que pour ça ce hauler. Donc il n'y a pas une autonomie folle, mais toutes les informations sur ces détails-là, ça doit être sur le Discord qui sera linké. Je sais pas où est-ce que tu veux que je poste le lien, Happy.
Mets-le sur... je pense pas que t'aies le droit sur Twitch, ça va se faire mute.
Sur Twitch?
Non, donne-le-moi en MP, je l'envoie parce qu'en fait sinon t'as le bot qui va tout effacer. Je me suis retrouvé avec des liens trolls et ça m'a énervé.
Ah bah tu m'étonnes.
This
Voilà.
is the link for the Sky Tanker. So if ever you want to check those ships, there's quite a few more. That's the link to go to it. I'm just
Alors,
going.
juste un petit message si tu pourras passer après. Parce que en fait il y a eu un petit truc, c'est juste pour préciser, les coccinelles qui ont permis de gagner des chips là ce soir lors de l'event de
Ouais.
présentation. C'est les chips qui sont en vente, hein, parce qu'il y en a qui ont demandé des V3 et qui se sont... Donc en fait, qui sont passés à d'autres chips, du coup ils sont rabattus sur autre chose, mais c'est les chips qui sont en vente qui sont à gagner. Et que le Sky Tanker V3, comment dirais-je, il peut être gagné, mais sur des events Sky Tanker bien spécifiques et...
So there's different events to gain different ships. Oh, mais il est fini là ton event avec les coccinelles.
Ah oui, c'est fini, mais c'est durant la présentation.
Oh, bon, je vais même pas me donner la peine de traverser avec eux.
Ok.
But yeah, he does events on a regular basis where you can win some of his blueprints. I'm just going to ask Baruch if he wants to present his ships. Da 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 da. Oops. So because damage is on my slot, damage is in fact freelancer directly in Starbase. I'll be visiting his ships right after. By the way, freelancer, if it's not too late, because I do know like the time is ticking and it is getting later and later. If it's not too late for you and your friends, I'd be very happy to see them too. Barouf is there, yes. Merci Barouf. Barouf, tu peux parler en français, tu présentes tes chips petit à petit, je traduis, y a pas de souci, ou tu peux tenter de présenter directement en anglais.
Ouais, bon, je vais peut-être parler en français. Hein.
I'll be translating for Barouf too. Je te laisse partager ton écran pour s'assurer qu'on puisse vraiment voir les chips en temps et en heure. Et merci de ne pas éclater le stand, je vois un Barouf chip qui approche un peu trop vite à mon goût.
Ah, attends, je suis là-bas.
Et du coup, ils cherchent tous le trésor, ceux qui sont dans le E1 là?
Il y a des chances, oui.
Ah oui, oui,
Parce
oui.
que je
bah
vois
oui.
Mike, il est comme un dingue depuis tout à l'heure. Il y a Chienloup, je sais pas s'il a give up, je pense que... Ah non, il est... Chienloup, il est en pause là, je pense qu'il a tout donné là. Chienloup m'a fait trop rire tout à l'heure. On remarque au moins ça fait un truc pour s'amuser quoi.
They are drunk or sleeping. If they are drunk, it's probably not a good idea. I can either check their ships later, or you can, if you can present their ships for them. Or I can check them later, it's not a problem. I'll just keep... what I'm doing is I'm using Paint so I know whose ships I visited and whose ships I didn't visit. So there's normally very little concern about missing someone. And we've got Barouf who somehow succeeded in not crashing into everything.
Alors, le mini surfaceur. Le petit frère du surfaceur. L'intérêt, c'est qu'il va à 140 mètres par seconde. Donc c'est un one-shot pour aller sur la Moon ou sur les lunes. Il a une autonomie d'1h05 et surtout, son gros avantage, c'est qu'il est très peu cher.
Ok, attends, les petites phrases à la fois, comme ça je mémorise pas trop avant de parler. So this is the mini surfacer, which is like the smaller version of the surfacer ship that's already like quite popular. This one is cheaper, it has an hour and a half worth of autonomy, it's meant to go faster and to be more throwable. Vous vous êtes fait trop chier avec les couleurs.
500 crates.
Avec le 500 crates. Vous vous êtes vraiment fait chier avec la présentation.
C'est-à-dire
Je suis en train de regarder les displays.
Ah,
A lot of effort was put into making it nice looking. But yeah, that's the idea. So the 4 fighters that are mentioned here are in fact those fighters just here.
bon, ça c'est des...
Hi Skippy. So Skippy, I'm just presenting the ships here. The reason why Zombie Mars referred to you is because I was mentioning about creating a trench digging surface mining ship, that's a mouthful, which would pick the asteroids, put them above the ground and only mine them there to avoid doing the Valkit. And apparently you did that. Okay, back at Baroque. I'm interested. I'm just going to finish presenting Baroque ships and then I'm interested. I'm really interested.
Ouais. Le surfaceur, il a aussi un petit minage de main sur le dessus, là. Donc c'est un outil à main qui permet de miner les parois. Donc c'est pas un chip AFK, hein. On peut pas le laisser...
Okay, so this one really is not intended to be AFK at all. And these little boxes, so the idea is you come and you unweld them. I think you unweld, yeah, there you go. So you unweld these 2 beams and it creates a micro ship debris. You then put in a mining laser on top. You link
Bien
the
à
back
l'arrière.
directly to your surfacer and it allows you to have an additional laser. So you go up to 31 lasers. Ah, il a combien de lasers le mini?
Là, il en a 30, mais si tu viens à l'arrière, en fait, là où je suis, tu as un laser rouge et c'est celui-là qu'il faut prendre. Et derrière, tu vas sur les bridges où tout est marqué. Tu branches ton endo. Là, je suis sur la gauche.
Okay, so you're supposed to remove that laser specifically and put it onto the handheld devices, which means that behind the trench, as the mini surfacer is moving along, you have like your own personal mini laser and you're chopping off whatever you see that is not supposed to be there.
Disons que
Hello,
ça remplace la pioche, quoi.
yeah, just like a very convenient design. It's really meant to be considerably cheaper. So you see like 4 tier 2 thrusters that uses as little Imbrium as possible. It's just meant to be cheaper, just like throwable. Because the problem we had was the surfacer. Surfacer with 1 hoarding usually makes you enough money to recuperate a loss should you make one. But one problem that was noticed is that beginner players would have like the first surfacer and the first surfacer would crash, which is stress-inducing, which is not very cool. So this is where the mini surfacer comes in. The whole point of the mini surfacer is that if you lose it, you just don't care. It is that cheap. It's a 500 crates mining ship. That's its cost.
Et les 500 crates sont remplis en 20 minutes. Donc quand t'as pas beaucoup de temps, comme il est rapide, tu peux faire l'aller-retour, miner 20 minutes et puis ramener le ship.
Yeah, 20
capital.
minutes to fill all of the crates.
Bon, après,
So-
je vais faire des vidéos, mais bon.
Yeah,
Ouais,
it goes fast. So Baruch has been hard at work in the ship designer, and he decided that he actually did enjoy combat quite a lot.
Ouais, en fait, ça, c'est pour le prochain tournoi, parce que je pense qu'il va être comme... par rapport au vote pour le prochain tournoi, il va être en K5, donc j'ai fait un petit peu des tests... des tests de vaisseaux et en fait mon but c'est pas de les donner mais pratiquement celui qui veut peut essayer. Mon but c'est qu'il y ait le maximum de monde au tournoi, quoi, en fait.
Yeah, so he's been
Même ceux qui sont pas designers, voilà, c'est des chips qui sont pas compliqués, ils sont robustes, c'est pas des très très bons chips parce qu'on peut pas tout donner, mais c'est des bons ships, quoi. Pour moi, c'est des bons ships.
So
J'ai détesté.
they're good ships with like a very high firepower that are designed to fight in the next tournament, the upcoming one. And the reason why he's selling them, so he's selling like all 4 designs for 1 million credits. It's purposely as cheap as possible because he wants to onboard as many players as possible into the next tournament. So it's like a good way of getting your hands on very decent ships at a lower cost. I don't do that. I usually sell mine after the tournament, but Barouf is doing the exact opposite. So this one I'm on is the Le Rendezvous. It's purposely French names just to amuse everyone. And it's got... Il a combien de lasers? C'est 28?
28, ouais.
28 lasers in... C'est 1K5?
Ouais, un petit peu plus. Bon, après, il faut retravailler dessus pour les minerais. Là, j'ai fait un peu plus parce que je voulais bien les présenter, mais il y a moyen après de retravailler sur les minerais pour arriver à un K5.
So it's currently a little bit above 1.5Ks, but it is possible to get it down to 1.5 if you tinker with the armor a little bit. This is the Voila, and the Voila has got a very mean 4 railguns and is really well armored. I fought him quite a lot with this design. It was quite something to... it was quite a lot of fun to fight. Very survivable. And this one is... Voilà.
Là, c'est de ce côté-là, c'est de ce côté-là.
I can see
Non,
it's the...
l'autre.
I can see there. The name already loaded, so this one... Well, I'll present the one on the top because he's loaded. This is the Camembert.
J'aime bien.
Plaisir avec les dents.
J'aime bien quand tu dis le camembert.
Le Camembert, so saying. No, I think that one is the baguette. Ah, and I'm locked in place. I think that the one just on the shy ship was the baguette.
Tu peux te dire aux gens qui fouillent le E1 que je peux les aider en tant qu'opérateur s'ils ont besoin d'un coup de main. Genre s'il y a un truc qu'ils veulent checker.
Colt is saying that as an operator of his ship, those of you that are investigating the E1 for the treasure in order to find like the free blueprint, you can ask him to move stuff if needed. Like you can interact with him. Okay,
ouais.
so this one is le baguette, not la baguette, le baguette de pain.
Avec l'accent, et puis avec l'accent.
The baguette. I'm being very accommodating for Barouf right now.
Regarde, c'est un Scipion qui pète un câble. Ils sont tous en train de chercher comme des malades.
20 lasers.
20 lasers, real armor. Apparently there's a lot of activity going on to find the treasure.
J'aurais pas pensé que ça...
So yeah, overall, like really good fighting ships, although they seem to be a little bit... Yeah, I may want to put an epilepsy warning on the YouTube video. Good
Regarde
lord.
le live Barouf sur le...
Ah non, je regarde la pile.
Oh, purée.
Ah, Mike il me fait trop...
Yeah, Camembert has got a crap ton of autocannons.
Ouais, 20 autocannons.
20 autocannons, like same thing, like a good armor, just like a really decent ship. Pourquoi
Ouais, en fait, si les gens veulent, après, on peut tester et puis sur le PTU pour s'entraîner. Voilà, s'il y en a qui sont pas habitués mais qui ont envie d'essayer, il y a moyen, quoi.
He's all for fight testing on the PTU if you want to. So if you want to take a design and fight with him, he's all for it. Ça c'est un design de malsain, ça, non? Qu'est-ce que ça fout là?
C'est moi qui suis venu avec.
Ah, Chichi a un chip, je savais pas que...
C'est vrai, ça c'est un vieux hauleur, ça. Non, j'ai posé là parce que j'avais dû amener des trucs.
Oh, ok, bah attends, il y a les autres shows, les autres ships. Slash Whisper, chien. Ok, Chienloup may want to present his own ships. Il a ramené de ses ships ou pas, Chienloup?
Ouais, ils sont en face. Ils sont pile derrière. Alors attends, derrière.
Exactement de l'autre côté. Ah, à côté de l'Imperator.
Ouais, c'est ça, voilà. Pile derrière, là, ouais, en face de ça.
I'll be checking Chienloup Freelancer right after.
Tu fais qui après Chien-Loup?
Ça va être Freelancer.
Ah, faut que tu lui dises qu'ils vendent ses... ses drones.
Tanker is done. Colt, est-ce que tu peux aller chercher Chienloup?
Chien loup, il est devant les Skytankers, il est là.
Attends, je vais le chercher.
Merci, pardon. Je voulais dire sur Didi.
Merde, mon scooter est derrière, ouais. Moi, il faut que je reste avec les autres parce que je pense que là, ils sont en train de se rendre malades à essayer de chercher comme des dingues.
Circles.
Je crois que Scipion a give up, je le vois plus. On a encore un abandon, un mort au combat.
Ok. I am so intrigued by Rukia's... Non, il a pas abandonné et vu qu'il répond dans la zone, je pense qu'il il est sur mon stream. Coucou Scipion.
Does one need to be an operator to find a treasure?
I'm just waiting for Shadow. If Shadow doesn't come soon, I'll skip his ships temporarily and move to yours damage, since I know like what ships have been visited and whatnot. I'm really looking forward to see Rukia's ships, but if he raided me, that means he was done for the day. Okay, I'll be visiting Kisan. Oh, there you are, Rukia! Yeah, thank you for the raid. When you raided me, and I said thank you, and then no message. So I was so confused. I thought you were off for the day. Oui, qu'est-ce que ça?
Il est AFK là pour l'instant.
Ah, ok, bon, y a pas de souci. Je visiterai ces ships après. Okay, those are Shanlou's ship. I'll be visiting them after. Rukia, do you have time to hop on to Discord to present your ships after or not? Can be done tomorrow, can be done after tomorrow. Doesn't need to be done tonight.
Il arrive.
Awesome. Okay, I'm just visiting freelancers' ships. And merci Shishi. And Shanlou's ships first. 20-30 minutes ish, and then I'll be off to your plot. Chalou, merci d'être venu.
Pas de soucis.
Du coup, ce que je te propose, c'est tu peux parler en français, je ferai la traduction en anglais, c'est ce que j'ai fait pour Colt et Barf. Comme ça, tu peux présenter tes ships à Pépère, montrer qu'est-ce qui sert à quoi. C'est toujours beaucoup plus chouette quand le créateur du ship montre que fait le ship.
Ok. Bah,
71 crash reports.
Ah, Scipion, il me flingue. Ah, regarde-le. Ah, mais alors là c'est le mécano, quoi. Ah, c'est énorme.
Chiano, je te laisse stream ton écran. Comme ça, c'est plus facile si tu veux montrer un truc en détail.
Ok. J'espère que tu vas l'avoir.
Oui, il va ressortir, rentrer. Question importante, si les gens veulent acheter ton BP, comment est-ce qu'ils font? Est-ce qu'ils te pingent directement sur Discord?
Ils peuvent soit me ping sur Discord directement, ou passer par Starbase, m'envoyer un mail par Starbase.
Okay, so for Colt, I sent you the Discord log. In the case of Channel, if you're interested in one of the ships he's going to be presenting, send him a message in game. It's by far the easiest. Like your reply with like Discord and whatnot. Et c'est bon, on dirait qu'il est en train de chercher. So this is the Wolf Miner.
Voilà, c'est ça. Donc c'est un ship qui est censé être bon pas bon dans tout, mais assez bon, assez bon dans tout ce qui peut être fait dans Starbase.
So
Sauf
it's a bit of like a do-it-all ship. It's not going to be exceptionally good at anything specifically, but it's designed to handle as many tasks as you can give it.
Je crois que Viga a trouvé, mais je suis pas sûr. J'ai été pingé quelque part, mais je sais pas où. Oh, comment ça marche, Discord? Ah si, c'est ça. Si, c'est ça. Si, c'est ça, GG. Oh là là.
Tu vois?
Oui,
Giga just found the secret apparently, that's why Colt is so happy.
Donc il y a un système pour miner dans les belts qui est assez simple, avec un autodétect. Donc on a juste à s'approcher de l'astéroïde pour que les lasers se mettent en route tout seul.
Yeah, an automated mining system.
Donc on peut aussi miner la Lune. Après, ça reste spectaculaire, mais il y a une position spéciale pour pouvoir miner.
So the ship is in fact able to do moon mining, like surface mining, due to the position and laser amount. You just have to orient the ship nose down, and it's fully capable of doing some moon mining. Ça va être manuel par contre, c'est pas automatisé.
Voilà, c'est manuel.
Okay, so it is manual, but if you want to, it can. It's good at it too. Yeah, do-it-all ships are really convenient. Combien de crates du coup?
640 crates.
640 crates, reconstruction machine. You've also got your 2 furnaces at the back. C'est quoi l'autonomie à peu près?
L'autonomie pro-plan, c'est 1300 km.
1,300 kilometers for maximum range of the ship. So you can expect to go like back and forth a cap ship, or in the belt should you want to do so. Et quelles sont les vitesses du ship?
Les vitesses, c'est 150 à vide et on va dire 110 full lithium.
So full speed when empty, like dry speed, is 150 meters per second, and if you load it with lithium, it's still going to go 110 meters per second. Coucou Scipion, t'as pensé à réduire la sensibilité du roll ou pas? Parce que moi je vois tous tes thrusters pour le roll, t'éternues et le ship il a tourné 3 fois.
Il y a ton système de sensibilité. Okay.
You've also got the sensitivity management system, so it's...
Attends, Scipion.
Ah ouais, mais...
Scipion, donne-moi juste quelques instants, je fais la présentation des chiffres de Shallow et ensuite tu peux manifester ta frustration après, y a pas de problème.
Ah mais je dois dire juste direct à Colt.
Ah mais attends, y a moyen parce que vous étiez tous les deux dessus quasiment là. Ça se joue à 3 fois rien, donc je vais m'arranger, je vais faire un... Là,
attends, ils vont papoter, chien louche nous décale tous les deux.
Ok, il vaut mieux je pense.
Oui. Hop, je te laisse restream, ça va être plus facile, parce que là je sens qu'ils ont envie de papoter un petit peu. Je te laisse restream. Okay. Merci.
Donc, vu qu'il a une très grosse production d'énergie avec ses 144 générateurs T3 avec les enhancers, tu peux te permettre de tracter un surfaceur plein avec.
Surfaceur, c'est 1000 crates, c'est bien ça?
Oui.
So the ship is fully capable, due to its power generation, to tow a ship that's even bigger than itself. So this saying is that you can in fact tow a fully loaded surfacer ship, which is 1000 crates and quite a few other extra components. And that is due to 144 tier 3 generators with tier 3 enhancers. T'as mis des enhancers tier 3?
Oui.
Yeah. So you've got the possibility of like towing really heavy stuff if needed. So the ship is in fact capable of towing itself, or a copy of itself, should I say? C'est pas mal. En plus, il a un design qui est chouette à voir.
Qu'est-ce qu'il y a d'autre comme option? Après, il a une option de hoover automatique.
Mais sur le ventre, pas sur le nez.
Ouais, que sur le ventre.
Okay, the ship is capable of hovering, but only for the belly of the ship, not for the nose. So it's more of a like go AFK while traveling fast on Elysium kind of situation, rather than a mine on the surface of the ship kind of situation.
Voilà, ouais.
So yeah, if ever you're interested by his ship, you very simply ping him on Discord. It's the easiest way to do so. You can hop on my Discord and also ping him through Discord if you want to. Like, it's no problem. Et ça, c'est un towing, c'est ça, c'est un tugboat.
Ça, c'est un... Ouais, c'est le fournaise chargeur.
So this ship has got two roles. It's going to be a big tugboat ship, but it's also going to be a ship fully capable. It's nice looking ship. Or it's going to be a belt like electricity generation. So if you want many charges and you want them now, this is just the kind of ship that you would use.
Voilà. Moi, je m'en sers en le tractant avec le Wolf. Je pars avec les matériaux que j'ai besoin de mon capship. Je vais sur la lune en question avec le fournaise chargeur accroché.
So he uses this ship to tow the moon miner, so that once he's reached the surface, like there's just lots of stuff he can do immediately on the ground. Like no need to do back and forths. Là, c'est pas mal du tout. Ça, ce sont tes deux chips du coup?
Oui.
Ah, merci pour la présentation, Shadow. Je te redrag and drop là, je te remets au-dessus. Merci encore,
Okay.
tout à
Pas de sauce. Oh,
l'heure. Ça. Hop, et re.
Et là, je t'ai envoyé le screen. Et là, j'ai vu le screenshot que je t'ai envoyé. Mais genre, sur le coup, ça disait pas. Vu que j'avais pas compris que.
Okay, looks like Scipion has got a lot to tell, but I've also got a lot of ships to see. Just before I see freelancers or damage, depending on what name you want to use for him, ships. Skipper, I just wanted to know, were you successful with your idea of getting the asteroids to go above the ground in order to mine just the asteroids, not the volkites that's in the moon surface, as a means to attempt to sort both of them? I mean, worst case scenario, you could use a cargo lock frame in order to put them all inside, but that would have its limitations. Waiting for... I don't know if Skipper is still there. Damage, what do you want to do? Do you want to hop on to... Oh, there he is. So that I do know that you can tractor beam them, but when you mine the asteroids above the trench, does it still collect the Valkite, or are you able to just get the ore balls, let's call them balls, to get the balls and only the balls? I may want to choose a better word than that. Nuggets, let's call them nuggets. Ah, bummer. Okay, thanks for the info. There's going to be some experimenting. One of the experiments that I can do, that I'm interested in doing, would be to use a cargo lock system. So you select the resources that you want to keep. Oh. Good night, Jungo. Thanks a lot for passing by. Okay, Skipine, thanks a lot for the information. I'm most definitely going to be checking that stuff. Damage, do you want to... Oh, there he is. Okay, I'm going to unmute myself. Et les gars, je suis juste passé dans un autre chat avec Freelancer.
Ok.
Okay, Damage, I'm just going to kidnap you into another Discord. Oops.
Je vais regarder le message de Viga.
And it's easier that way. You are currently muted. I don't know if you want to remain muted or not. Would you like to stream your screen and then tell me what ship you would like to present? Okay, he's muted on purpose. Do you want to stream your screen or not? You can answer in both the game or... yeah, the game or Twitch directly. Where is he in the game? Okay, he's going to try and stream his screen. He is over there. And side freeze. There you go. We do complain that most of the ships are potato mode. I mean, for a reason, it's annoying. But when you consider the amount of detail that goes on all of these ships... your stream is paused. I think there's still a few mistakes, damage. When you consider the amount of detail that goes into every one of these ships, it's insane that it can just display all of them. Ooh, fancy. Please write in chat. What? No problem. Okay, so I do know you can all read what he's saying, but I will be reading it out loud anyway for those that don't necessarily want to read small text. Those are beams. Those are pure beams. Is this one of your insanely high durability ships? Okay, it is very high durability. So Damage really made it his mission to have as high durability ships as possible. What's that noise? That's interesting. What? This is hilarious. No, I can't sit because it's not my ship. LOL! This is so amusing. Ah, the setup must have been such a pain. And there you go. It's the simplest of things, but it is so amusing. Oh, damn it, she really had fun with that one. The timer shows the end till... the timer. Oh, I suppose that the lights are on and off. Give me a second. 2587. That would be the minute count. You really had fun. And there you go, it just switched. I'm just going to go full screen. Lasers in my thrusters, that's not ideal. Damage, you really had fun. No worries, no worries. Just like point me towards stuff that you want to show. I'm so amused. It's really cool. It really is cool. I lost feeling, so he is there. Yeah, so these are... Oops, are those the drone ships? Drone ships. Okay, 2 drones and 1 leader. So Damage has been very hard at work as to make fully automated drones that kind of like follow you, track you. Like there's a lot of stuff going on with those ships. Yeah, they got broken by a troll earlier, and the EOS CON, which is a bit of a bummer. But yeah, these tiny little ships are very autonomous. Go in really, it flies very erratically, so trying to shoot it down is very difficult. And they are fast. But yeah, they can fly with no pilots at all, and the durability is high. Here it was broken a little bit, but usually it's like 3 or 4 digits when it comes to damages ships. Is that a present? Oh, check the durability on that. I think that, yes, that actually, this durability tool in particular was given to me by Damage on the second EOS CON, if I recall correctly. Precisely to check his insanely high durability order, and I'm expecting 3 digits. That's 5 digits. Second and third EOS CON hit up. Yeah, but I kept this one. 10,000 durability. That one's 12, which is considerably lower than what he usually does. Oh, wait, I can check that. 1.2. The ship splitter. What? For the middle part. What do you want me to read? Where's freelance? He's there. So when the clock reaches 0, so the big one over there, and the EOS Con ends, I will sell one special package with all of the data needed for autonomous drones. Controls bids are only accepted as an in-game mail to freelancer. Starting bid 100 million credits. This auction is unique. Ah. Whisper. Well. Sweet. I'm not interested, but I do know about Office. I don't know about Office. Okay, Barrel Final knows where to go. Oh, he put it in glass to prevent you from looking at the data. That's what he did. Ah, Barouf.
Ouais.
Si tu regardes sur mon stream sur Twitch, c'est le chip jaune.
Ok.
C'est dans l'anneau, l'anneau en B, t'as du texte sur la droite. Juste là.
Dans l'anneau. Ok, alors attends, parce que j'ai fermé la...
I'm still so amused by those, by that cursor, and it works really well. The fact that it's not broken at an EOS Con is absolutely mind-boggling. Tu regardes mon stream sur Twitch?
Ouais, c'est bon.
Juste là.
D'accord.
Il y a du texte là. Hop, je vais retourner voir Freelancer.
Ok.
Voilà.
Merci.
Yeah, pas quoi. Yes, he is interested, Freelancer. That is why I showed it to him. Otherwise, I wouldn't have bothered. Rukia, I'll be visiting your plot right after. I'm a bit behind schedule. I apologize for that. Yeah, everything is really slow. And we lost damage. Oh no, the agents. Yeah, you went invisible for a few seconds. That is a car. 62 tons. That's really small. Hello, okay. I'm just visiting Freelancer's last ships and that durability. 11,000 durability. Yeah, just a fun ship. Freelancer, did you design these ships too, or are those your comrade ships? Okay, you did design that one. So you did design that one. I'm always very curious with these ships. Okay, 1.2 for the durability. Ah, that's damn text. Well, it's got a big power generation, and what I'm presuming is a very, very, very high range, as that ship is going to fly for a long amount of time. So what is the purpose of this ship? Is it a hauler? 45 hours mining, yo, that's a lot. So super long range, presumably. Where's the mining equipment? There it is. Yeah, that ship means serious business when it comes to mining. That is for sure. How many crates and what speed? I did not know. I know they were made of Baltium, but I didn't know you used Baltium to make them. 60 meters per second. Okay, so this is like a slow ship. So really the kind of ship that you use around a cap ship. Or if you just want to take your time. Yeah, okay, yeah, this is like a cap ship ship. It's an elegant design. I mean, I designed so many boxes myself, it's just... I've got a little bit if you need to, but looking at the lag, it's going to be something to try and give it. But if really needed, I can give some. Oh, Alpha's here. We did freelance ago. There he is. Mastuka, all of the information are on his screens. So that would be 25 million credits. You just ping him in-game, it's as simple as that. I'm the oddball that absolutely refuses to sell... Oh. He's been kidnapped? No worries. I'm the oddball that refuses to sell his ships expensive. Which means that I get a lot of beginners coming in my direction, which is nice. It makes lots of new players, lots of new faces. Although I haven't seen that many lately. He got ejected somewhere. How far did he go flying? Well, looking at the amount of solar panels it has, I'm guessing that's the big slap. I mean, I can see what it does, but I can't see why it does it. Oh, there he is. So what would be the purpose? Because, I mean... Wait... No generators? Yeah, Rukia, there's lots of oddballs among the designers. No generators at all. That's a bad musket. So no generators at all, and yet you've got crates mining lasers. So BP is either not for sale or hasn't had a price determined just yet. Nice! So not for sale yet due to lack of tests. Okay. Okay, freelancer, my understanding is that the other ships here are from your two colleagues that are either sleeping or drunk, if I remember your own words. Okay. Well, what I will do is, if they want to present, well, first of all, thank you a lot for presenting your ships. And what I'll do is that later, that's going to be like tomorrow's stream, I'll be checking their designs. So I've still got, so it's 2 designers. I've got UA Shipyards and Archie Defun. You're welcome. It was fun seeing them. And I'm now going to be going to Coffee Incorporated. Look, yeah, thanks a lot for coming.
No problem.
I must say, I am definitely incredibly curious when it comes to that big sphere.
That was just a for-fun project, honestly.
Well, it got a lot of players intrigued and speculating about the wildest things.
I've got some plans for it in the future.
Thought so. I'm knowing you, you wouldn't just do something like that.
Plus, at the end of EOS Con, it looks like might try to do something with Commander Doggo in the sphere.
Now that's something I'm looking forward to. Are you perhaps the one that did that absolutely crazy big beam ship that's above Origin 2?
Nope.
Okay, I still don't know who did that. You did that in a capital ship designer.
This ship, yeah, it was done in the Max SSC. It flies too. It flew here.
Oh right, it does have something in the center. You could ram with this ship.
Yep.
This is like the king of ramming battles. Oops. The Death Star. Or like the Hollow Star. Or the Hamster Cage, depending on what you want to call it. How heavy is this ship? Not super heavy, I presume.
7,600 tons.
Okay, so 7 kilotons?
Yeah.
Did you use Nephlite for the beams or just Bastion?
Bastion.
Ah, you could have gotten it lighter. That means the ship wasn't super fast.
I didn't have Nephlite to do that with.
Fair. Oh, no strafing at all, just move forward. Did you do this ship to prove a point or something?
I had already had the frame done. I just put a pack on to bring it out because I thought it'd be fun to bring something like this out here. Also because it seems to attract players. What I've noticed, you know how there's fly traps? This is a player trap.
Oh, for sure.
As you see here, if you look over at a wild Vega approaching, it lures them in.
It's very efficiently too, I must say.
I've seen like 3 ships in here at once.
Inside.
Yeah.
What do you think my 2 big towers were designed for? Same thing.
But like, when I was flying this to park it, like Pigrin just flew right in. It captures endos all the time.
It's a sphere, a very good sphere. Oh, hello, Vega. It is absolutely fascinating. It is so damn difficult to get any round objects in Starbase. And here you are with what is an incredibly good sphere.
One of my plans for the future for this is to plate it up, which is going to be a nightmare.
I'm not.
And make it look like a planet.
I want to see that. I'm going to go and get some popcorn. Because there's no way in hell I'm approaching that kind of design with like a 10,000 feet pole. If anyone asks me to design that kind of stuff, the answer is most definitely no.
Well, also, if you didn't have thrusters, you could possibly have had one of the long ships, the eel, fly through this one.
You know the great part about this, right, Vega? It's just 2 unwelds, and I can take the flight core out.
4.
That's a good point. No, 4.
Oh, yeah.
I know, 2.
Should be 2.
No, just 2. You're right, just 2. Just 2 on top. Oh,
Either
yeah.
way, this was just a fun thing to bring out and actually fly. You would not believe the amount of asteroids you can hit with something like this.
No shit. No shit. Seriously, you'd be hitting asteroids in between the gates and one of the origin stations, and then you'd be left wondering how the heck that happened.
Well, one of the other things I determined when I started playing with this is because of its size, I can ram asteroids in even like the SSC, where I couldn't touch the asteroids before, because once you get close enough, they change state. But because of how big it is, I can actually ram the asteroids inside the SSC test mode.
You do know that if you wanted to have really a lot of fun, you'd cut your sphere in half, and then you'd use it as a basket to catch as many asteroids as possible and have the mining lasers at the back.
It definitely would be cool. I kind of want to
Just
cut it
saying.
in half and do like a geosphere design at some point, where you've got like a bunch of plants inside, like a greenhouse. I think that might be cool at some point with this. But the other big thing is do you remember the Void Runner, the little disc ship?
No.
Like one of those that's on the left, yeah.
Like that one, but a single disc, right?
Yeah, it's a
planning on
free blueprint, if I recall.
Yeah, I'm planning on supersizing it to this size. So I'll have the small one, and then
And
I'll
what
have the
are you going
extra
to call it? Asteroid Whacker 2000?
one. Sure, why not?
You could.
But if you come around the front here, I did bring another new ship, my little fighter.
Wait, where are you? I can see some crash, and that would be another fly that got stuck in your ship.
No, it
Oh,
was
look.
bounced 4 times.
You
Oh no,
are,
dirty humans in there.
you are
looks
right,
like-
so that ship is incredible at catching people. I'm amazed.
Look, we got another one. Oh, possibly. But yeah, this little fighter here is something I spent some time on.
Did you test fight it?
Oh, many times now.
Why is that plate glass white? You may even made it more opaque on purpose. Why?
I see just fine when I sit in it.
I see just fine. One of my eyes are closed.
You're funny. It is. Go ahead and take a seat in it. You've got the ability to.
Thank you. Fair. You do see well in it. Not so much on the sides, though. Wait, let me turn.
Yeah.
No, as a matter. Okay, I'll be fair. The visibility on the ship is really good.
I've actually test fought it quite a few times. Vega, Tegrin, Proxy, Pinku.
Which I just said Pegran and Bingo, which means you probably got obliterated multiple times.
I also have obliterated Tegrin.
Oh,
And I got obliterated multiple times, but that's beside the point.
so this is a 1.4 kiloton design. It's way lighter than it looks.
One of the other things about this, I love it. It goes 160 solidly.
Nice. The fastest ship I have goes 170, but my computer's limits me to 160. It's the biggest of the 2 towers.
Nice. Otherwise, the nice thing about this is because of its pod design here, if weapons blow up, it doesn't affect the ship. It'll just break off that section. Even the section below the seat where there's weapons, if that blows, you can still fly this thing. You can lose most of the thrusters on it and it will still fly.
It is such a weird design. I love designs that are just different.
I did not want a meta box or wedge.
No, you sure did not. You should maybe like get inspiration from what I did. I'm experimenting with makeup armor. Aïe, coucou Xander, comment ça va? EOS CON, voilà ce qui se passe. Makeup armor is Nephlite armor put on top of a box with like a beam cage. It is quite heavy, but it gives you a very non-boxy design in the end. You can go with whatever shape you want. You've got the meta cube underneath. So 432 plates, it's got like all the resilience, resistance you need out of it. But the outer shell is pure Nephlite. So it's still heavy, it's not free, but it allows you to really have a nice looking ship.
The big design inspiration for this was making it look like it's a fighter that came from a group of miners that needed a fighter. It's got that industrialistic aspect to it.
Vega, stop trolling me.
I'm trying to kidnap you.
Well, I don't have my automated lifeline connection, so it won't work.
Well, I was just gonna pick you up with your mag boots and move you.
Mag boots off.
Damn it.
But yeah. So that was the kind of design aspect that came from this. I've had a lot of fun with fights with this. It doesn't die instantly.
I'd be super curious to test it. I mean, this week's going to be pure EOS CON. But next week, if you're in for a fight against, like, obviously it's important to have equally weighted ships. Otherwise, if I like use a 5 kiloton ship, it's not going to be fun. So I do need to design a 1.5 kiloton ship, which I haven't started to do yet, and I'd love to fight yours.
I'd be more than happy to. And I don't care if I lose. That's the thing. I just enjoy.
Me neither.
Fun.
I really don't care winning or losing. The only thing I want is a challenge.
Yep.
Having fought that ship actually with I think my 2.7 kiloton prototype, or whatever it will be in the end, actually got us some insight into the, what's best practice for mounting thrusters.
What, not strapping batteries to the beams that hold your
Well,
thrusters?
that's beside the point. But I mean, the cloaking technology. You ask Kai, please give invisibility.
That's easy. You take a YOLOL and you just write invisible, please go to 1. There you go.
Exactly.
But yeah, so the big sphere is something I did recently, and that fighter I did some work into. Overall, I am happy with both the ships so far. And of course, I had to bring my another round ship because
Les gens qui sont
there's
connectés
too many
sont
boxes
Colt,
around.
Barouf,
I need more
Chiano,
round.
Chichi. Que je sache. Peut-être plus, mais ça c'est que je sache. Did you get any other round ships? I mean, you got a sphere, which is insane.
Oh, like you've seen before, I've got a few other rounding ships, but I've shown them off before. I haven't created anything new yet.
I was actually wondering, like, when I saw that sphere, I was wondering if you were the one that created that monstrosity that's above Origin 2. It's the biggest ship I've ever seen. It's as big as you can get the smallest cap ship to be, which is absolutely huge. And it's just pure beams. It's abandoned. There's no transponder, nothing. I don't even know how it was assembled in the first place.
I've got some upcoming projects building outside the size of the biggest SSC. I've been doing some testing in deep space with it. It'll be interesting.
There's going to be some wacky creations coming up.
But yeah, these 3 ships are all I brought.
You should stop breaking the game. Just kidding.
It is no ship damage says. The big thing next to your yellow dong at Origin 2, is it you? je ne sais plus dans quel capship il est. Xander, le plus facile ce serait que tu le fasses directement. Écris-le dans Eurochat et tu les pings, ça va être plus facile. Je vais pas pouvoir le faire en plein stream. Il se passe trop de trucs en même temps et je suis un peu débordé. Et tu check this card, I should have. Ah, okay, Damage knows something about it. It's Gal said he built the biggest ship in Starbase that were. Oh, yeah, very quick number. Rusty beams. Doesn't ring any bells. I need to check the replay. Okay, I'm definitely intrigued to know more. Rukia, thanks a lot. Your sphere is most definitely more than a flying catcher. It's really ballsy in future of design something like that.
Oh, it's not the end of it either.
Is it going to be even more of a ballsy design?
Remember one plan we once had?
I've got the big SSC now using it properly, like just actually using it, has opened up some opportunities.
Ah, no shit. I think there's way more players that should experience with that a bit more. Thank you,
Also,
Zombie.
this thing got despawned right before EOS CON, and at the warp gate here, and I had to respawn it back in. That was fun.
Yeah, that I can believe. Didn't see this on my ship. No
Well,
worries.
good talking to you, and I hope you have a wonderful stream. I'm heading out.
Thank you. Thanks a lot for visiting. I'm going to be checking the armor mercenaries next. Thanks a lot for presenting your stuff. It most definitely was very interesting.
Yep. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Oops, see ya. And on to the armor mercenaries.
Wait, is Pegrin here?
Pegrin is there. Pegrin, Faraway, Pinku. But I don't think all of them are from armor mercenaries, but looking at the armor mercenary stands, I think I'm going to be there 45 minutes at least. So what's going to happen is I'm going to be visiting the armor mercenary stand, and it's going to be the last stream for the last stand for tonight. So I've got this. I'm not streaming it right now. I've got this picture, so I know what stand has been visited in what order. So there's going to be another 4 hours-ish stream tomorrow. And after tomorrow, there's going to be the usual very big stream on Sunday. My goal is to visit each and every single plot, because I really want to see who designed what. If you're around on my Discord, on looking at me on Twitch, or very simply in the game, do not hesitate to ping me. I think it's considerably more fun to have people present their own designs in order to see them. It's just more interactive, way more pleasant. So now I'm just going to... Scipio, est-ce que tu veux stream ton écran?
Peut-être. Attends. Oui, ok.
Toi, tu parles anglais sans aucun problème, donc je peux te laisser présenter les chips, je vais pas avoir besoin de traduire, ou est-ce que tu veux que je fasse des traductions?
Non, ça va. Would you rather we can just speak in English and...
Okay, we can speak in English, no problem.
That would make it better for everybody, right? So...
Yeah, otherwise I would have translated, would have been as simple as that.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I just tried to get everybody to join your channel so they can present their own shit, but unfortunately they're a little bit shy.
No, there's honestly
little voice group, so
there is absolutely no worries. If they want to, they can write it in the chat here. Pegrin's maybe going to come by because he's already been here. If the other ones don't want to,
Yeah.
it's completely up to them.
I think Pegrin might be AFK. I'm not sure exactly, but that's alright. We'll see what happens. But yeah, welcome to the Armor Merc stand.
I can see there are a lot of ships. What time am I going to start tomorrow? If I can, it's going to be so it's going to be Western Europe time. So and that would be 8 o'clock, in between 8 and 9, something in between. I don't know exactly when. 9 at the latest. You were saying, Scipio.
You can start here. This is the armor merch stand made by Pinku.
Nice.
Nice little quirks and features. We've got some nice little T-shirts for sale. Some nice like miniature ships, like some little puppies. And there's also a very interesting machine here, which is very fun to use. Oh, as Pinku will demonstrate to us. Is he gonna sit on the seat? Oh, I'm not into it. Yeah, there we go. As you can see, this is a little...
I'm going to look in another direction. I'd like to keep the stream friendly, thank you very much.
Oh, that's right, yeah. Yeah, robots. But yeah, otherwise, I'm really happy with the turnout we got this time.
But those t-shirts are really fun.
Yeah.
An oil pump, yeah, that's a good way of putting it.
But yeah, I'm quite happy. Like we ended up getting good turnout of ships from almost everybody. I think that's active.
Your Blitzer, you got first place, like the Armor Mercenaries did at the tournament, and you had some like fun designs. Are those the designs on the left, by the way, or are those other ships?
Yes. Well, if you want to go around, so basically all of the green ships that you see are made by Bentley, who's just flying over there. Bentley is just like one of the older leader of the corp, and just very proficient designer, and has done all kinds of stuff. A lot of his ships are also released for free under the open source Armada.
Very good ships, by the way.
GitHub. Yeah, you can, if you just want to look it up, you can look up on sdcreators.org.
If you
GitHub.
give me the link, I can share the link, no problem. Good designs, because I've been fighting a lot of his designs, and yeah, they really stand their ground, no problem.
Yeah, so this one is like a 2-rail which he made. This was actually made shortly after the tournament back in January. So when they first announced the idea of a 1K, but then it took like a couple months before the actual tournament happened. So at the time we were thinking like, oh, maybe like a 2-rail ship. But what happened is, of course, you know, once we start designing, everybody else starts designing, and this was a 2-rail, then Pingu made a 2-rail, and then Pingu made a 3-rail, and then Bentley was like, oh, you made a 3-rail, well, how about I'm going to make a 4-rail, and then you have this ship, which is right here. This is the ship that I flew personally, although I flew like a modified version by myself, and then Bentley flew it during the first round when he flew with us against JP Tech. But yeah, this is entirely Bentley's design though. 1K 4-rail, this is a very, very, very potent ship.
It was really a lot of fun to fight. A very good design. It really pitches well, whereas our fighters did not pitch well at all, and it made a huge difference in the fight. And also, I think a better team coordination on your side too. That did help quite a lot.
Oh yeah, it's like we've got some of the most experience, I think, in combat, or like people that are playing at the moment. So it's just, and you know, a lot of practice. Although you guys practiced a lot also. So
yeah, we definitely improved. Which is why we've been climbing up the ranks of the tournament slowly but surely. Like first tournament, I think we only did 1 or 2 rounds before getting kicked out. Baruch was even better than me at fighting, and then we took practicing very seriously, did a lot of designing, fighting in the P2 and whatnot. And yeah, I mean, we still lose to you, but dang, we have fun when we fight with you now.
Mm. Yeah, and you guys' aim has gotten better. Your rail aim has gotten a lot better.
Yeah, these ships are really, they're really nice. Can you please remind for my, well, mostly for my stream viewers, why there are these weird, like, cables poking out of all of your ship?
Oh, this is there's a multiple of reasons. So this originated as, well, it's twofold. So back in the day, let's say a year ago, phase shots used to be quite a big issue, and I think they still happen a little bit. It's been like on and off. But basically the thing that we refer to as endokill. So
Yes.
the goal originally was to try to also increase the size of the hitbox of hit registration of the ship. Try to force the game to start registering the hits, the rounds sooner, and see if that could help with like not getting your endo killed randomly, because sometimes shots seem to like phase through, or there was some weirdness. So that was one of the things. The second thing though was to also because these just extend out and they do kind of affect collision. So this also kind of gives your ship a bigger hitbox where if two ships collide, you're basically going to trigger collision on them before they'll trigger it onto you. And they're not the best like for durability, I think. So I think they do break off fairly easy, so it's not like as good
really
as, let's say,
easy.
roll cage. But it's both offensive and defensive in the sense that it's like, if you try to ram into me, you're going to get damaged before me, is kind of one of the goals with those. So it was a way to force people to not, fly too close type of stuff. And then, well, if they do crash into us, they'll take damage. So, yeah. So that's why, like, some people, like, we try not to go too overboard with it because, Pinku's ship, for example, is way more overboard, and that ends up becoming a much more annoying issue for our enemies sometimes.
I remember it's because I was seeing Bentley. He wasn't the only reason. It was Bentley. There was a few other players that were releasing like free blueprints, and simultaneously I was seeing all of these like super expensive beginner blueprints, which is absolutely nonsensical. Like a beginner is never going to buy a blueprint for multiple million credits, especially 2 years ago. And that's when I started releasing all of my blueprints publicly, and a bit more recently doing all of my videos to understand more about the game and sharing the knowledge. Like, Bentley is one of the very earliest to have figured out the way raiding works. But I couldn't understand what it really was all about. So when I did my video about armor, I really thought I was going to be debunking it, and turns out no, actually really shown how important and effective it was. It was a super fun video.
Mm-hmm. No, Bentley does a lot of it, and one thing I highly recommend also is if you go check out his I'll look for the links now, but if you go check out his GitHub page where he has all the blueprints, he also includes some readmes that have extra detail, like commentary on the ships. That
If you
explain,
send
how
me,
they were made, the story.
I don't recall if you've got the rights on my Twitch, but if you send it to me on Discord, I will relay
I'm
it.
just about to send it to you. There you go.
Give me just 1 second. The dog is barking. Be back in 2 seconds. Baby, yes. Yeah, not particularly pleasant to stream when you've got a dog that's continuously barking in the background. Okay, so this is where Bentley released most of his free stuff, and it really allows you to have a good check of all of the different ships, so you can very simply like check them out, understand what's going on. Like this is good stuff. Next.
Yeah, there's also the this one here is this is one that we filled it against Ace Tech, which is just plasmas and autocannons. I think there's a laser in plasma also, or something else. So this was also a really nice ship. This one is free as well. on the website on the OSA. So yeah, highly recommended.
A-Stack is
And this
fun
one-
to fight. He really puts up a good fight.
Yeah. Yeah, we were quite glad, and they've also had some pretty novel. They tried different strategies than most other people, and that was pretty fun to like strategize against. Let's say. So huge props to them, and they're also beautiful ships. The ones that they made, like there's really a lot of attention to detail. And then this tiny one here is this is an update to an old. So Bentley had his one of Bentley's first and iconic ships was a tiny fighter called the Metacab, which had what we call the clam design, which is two of these really large plates put together.
Yeah,
like
I
this.
can see that.
So back in the day, until the large big patch, you used to be able to clip your endo head through armor. which
Yeah.
caused all kinds of bullshit. So this the clamshell basically used to actually be fully closed, and your endo would actually be like slightly clipping through the plates, and it was all basically impossible to shoot the pilot at all. So this is just like a quick little update to like try to reuse that clam design with like a really tiny fighter. It's just a really
It
new
looks
design.
fun. Like, how heavy is it? Less than what, half a kiloton? If I
I'm not sure. This might be like 300 tons or something like that. Maybe Bentley can comment on stream or something.
He's more than welcome to do so.
And then I think he just started playing with rockets and just decided, what if I add a whole bunch of rockets to it?
Rockets are usually more dangerous to the user than they are for the target.
Hmm.
If you can land a hit, it's nasty. It's really nasty. But you need to land a hit.
Yeah. I can't remember if it's rockets or... No, that was torpedoes. Yeah, no, we've played a bit with stuff like fuses. Like you can try to force them to take a little bit of time before they explode. I don't know. I'm not a coder guy, so I can't really comment on all those stuff. But yeah, there's been some play around just to try and make that stuff work. Oh, speaking of, actually, these guys, this is exactly what I'm talking about. Or is it? Wait, let me go load. Yes. Oh, right. Oh, actually, no, this is just rockets. Okay.
What is that? So the left one doesn't seem to be armored. Is it a racing ship?
I guess. Yeah, he probably just made like a little racing version, I guess, yeah. It's a nice little stealth scooter. I think the design is also meant to, because Good Praxis has like a kamikaze ship that is a bit like this. So it just makes it like harder to hit, basically.
Nice.
And now we enter the
Praxis is Praxis is Praxis in front of Praxis's kamikaze ship is incredibly good at fighting bigger ships.
Yep. It's a little less good at fighting smaller ships, though, which is also fun.
Yes.
But it's very deadly against larger ships, though. Yeah, that's.
Skipper is pointing out that it reminds him of sentry drones from EVE Online.
Oh, that's a good point.
I've never played EVE Online, so I'll take your word from it. But listening to your reaction, it looks like a close one.
Oh, true. Yeah, I see what you mean. Yeah, looking at it. Yeah, that's very true. Although the purpose is very different, obviously. Yeah, that's interesting. You never tried EVE. I wonder how that would be a whole other rabbit hole for you to fall into eventually. Well, it's quite.
I've
it's basically
barely got my life on track with the amount of time that I spend in Starbase. So if I added a game such as EVE Online, I wouldn't be able to keep everything going as it is.
It's also very different. It's everything Starbase. We wish Starbase was. It's everything that Starbase is missing in many ways, but that also means that it doesn't have what Starbase is actually does also bring.
There was an
So like as ship designers, you
insane,
can't really
there was
do
an
that there.
insane amount of EVE Online players that flocked to Starbase before ultimately going away. Skipper tells me that EVE is kind of ruined now. Yeah, that seems to be a very sadly common trend with way too many games at the moment. They
I will
kind
say
of.
though, like Eve has been a game that people have been saying has been dead for the past 10 years, and yet it's still, the player base is still kind of, like it's dropped, but it still has its up and down. It still kind of has a certain amount of people, so it's, I don't know, some people still seem to be enjoying it though, which I find like I'm very glad that they do, yeah.
It looks like a good game, but the only reason I didn't play it is because I recognized that if I got invested into it, I wouldn't be leaving it at all, and I just did not have the time.
Let's just say that is exactly the reason why I am no longer playing Eve for the past decade, and why I was a bit apprehensive about spending too much time with Starbase at first, but curiosity got the better part of me eventually.
That was a bit of a fail. This is a stealth recycling ship?
No, come over here now. Come over here now. Look inside here.
Oh, it does have thrusters.
Yeah, look inside the thing. So when you fly this, the thruster trail is actually quite hidden by all of this stuff. So you can have a full stealth mode, and you can have a like 50% stealth that actually uses the thruster.
Well, if you start turning, that trail goes super visible.
Yeah, true though. Yeah, but when you're going straight.
Ah, fair point. Fair point.
Well, that was the aim. That was the aim for this ship. Yeah. And the little one's just like a little when you create hauler, that's stealth, and it's just for like create events. So if you want to go stealthily, like as a little.
I realized that I actually did need one of those designs when I tried to participate with my smallest mining ship, which is 64 crates, and got obliterated because even with me crawling on the ground at the snail space, hoping as much as I could that I'd look like a broken ship, I still eventually got I got obliterated.
Ooh, we got Pingu being a little vocal and local.
Actually forgot who's in what. Pingu's in his own corporation, if I recall, called the Pingu Fan Club.
No, that's on PTU, and we just have like funny company names on PTU.
Okay.
Like we have a proxy has a very entertaining one called Band of In-Laws, which I'm sure you can figure out the inspiration from.
Yep, I do.
So this is like a plasma hauler that Bentley made. You could call this a meta hauler in some ways, which might be more obvious if you take a little closer look. Like basically it's got this redundant generators which are armored with a lot of plates, and all of the propellant tanks are all separated and put away from the ship, so all of the big propellant tanks explode separately. So you have to fully disable him.
What's the point of having non-explosive generators if your endo is completely exposed?
Oh well, you are protected behind. If you look like, so this ship is made to. It's one of those that's made to go like 150 no matter what you're carrying, and so if you have really high FPS, in theory it should be extremely hard for somebody to chase behind you. And then if it's kind of like if you somehow manage to get to the side, like it covers the side of you. I mean, sure, if you can get all the way to the front somehow, but then that's yeah.
I did get shot in ambushes multiple times in the early days of Starbase. That's usually how I got shot in the front. A player would kind of guess in advance what course I'd be taking and wait for me there. That's how I'd get shot in the front, because it's one thing to be taken like as someone is running after you. It's harder if you're taken by surprise and you just get blasted with autocannons in the front.
Yeah, there's always going to be cases that are a little.
Yeah, I
harder.
mean, anyway, comes a moment where you do need to take decisions as to what you want to protect and not. The only question I do have is why not put any rangefinders on that ship for an asteroid avoidance system?
Because Bentley does not believe in asteroid avoidance system. Bentley flies everything manually. As his preference.
Oh boy, good luck telling that to my corp members that just spend their lives in the belt.
Yep. Well,
Skipper is the same. Skipper is a no AAS believer. I'm a firm believer that my ships pilot better than I do. Which is why it's really important to have an asteroid avoidance system. But the best AASs, in my opinions, are the ones that you don't need to use. So if your ship is slim enough and shaped like a needle, it can whiz through the belts and actually avoid most of the drama. Whereas if you've got like these bulky silhouettes like Rukia's a sphere, you're going to be ramming stuff no matter what. So going into the belt blindly is kind of like playing a Russian roulette. The size of the roulette and the amount of bullets in the roulette are determined by what belt you're going into, how frequently, and what's the size of your ship. Which is why, like, my version of the meta haulers are very, very slim. So this is another hauler.
Yeah, these are newer ones that he made. New smaller haulers. They have. I'm not sure. 1 second, I'll just be right back.
No worries.
So yeah, these are just armored. These are basically armored haulers. So I think there's like plates of vanadium inside protecting, which are kind of hidden, stuff like that. So you can't really see it, but it's actually made to be quite tanky inside.
No, it's a good idea. I mean, if you're going to be using crates anyway, I mean, you may as well use them in a smart manner.
Mm-hmm. And then behind is this, oh, well, I'll let you finish looking at that one. I think they're both the same, although one looks as rangefinders, I'm not sure.
And then it's a wall of thrusters.
Oh, maybe he didn't. I remember he, because he has released like a 1K miner for free as part of OSA, so that if people might be interested in that, maybe he would like to, I mean, maybe he hadn't made like a smaller hauler as well. It's just like a newer take on that, something like that.
Yep, small, straightforward haulers, and
oh, and this one is our, this is Bentley's answer to the Surfacer, basically. Although this went through quite a few iterations as well. I'm not sure which one. I would assume this is the latest one. It's still loading on my screen. Yeah, it's got the like 30 mining lasers.
You've got a very different setup than we do.
So one thing though is that this is done very differently and on purpose. The main thing is you guys' setup has all of the lasers on. I forgot if it's a hinge or something that rotates. The problem is that there are a lot of cases in the game where that can bug out and completely mess everything. And I've seen screenshots of the Surfacer completely disappearing when mining on certain moons. Like, I forgot if it's Spud or like a really tiny one.
Those were removed a long time ago. If I even go on my own Discord here and I go down to the Surfacer to check the pictures of the belly, I'm fairly confident in saying that all of those hinges were completely removed.
Oh, they might be. I might be completely wrong.
Yeah,
the Surfacer
doesn't have any. precisely because we know how laggy it is. I actually don't even know if any of the versions had some.
But there was something, it looked like moving parts because you could like angle the, you could choose a custom angle for the lasers, and basically this has like all fixed static lasers so that you don't run into any risk. So the ship is not going to bug out. It's not going to, yeah.
Good idea.
Have these issues. And then just a similar like propellant layout at the top where like everything is further out. So hopefully, you know, just in case. I know that the gens are quite exposed, but and all that stuff. But
that propellant is a good idea, but the very moment that Exorium tank gets hit, forget about the rest.
Yep. Yeah, that is one addition that might need. But yeah, this was our own little. Oh, and yeah, the cockpit is also quite a bit more. You've got like this little shell protecting you. You've got a furnace and everything, benches. But yeah, this was used to mine many a surface mineral.
It's good. What was really fun is I think robots were the first to make it popular. For sure, we were not the first ones, period. But we were the first ones to make it popular. And since then, like other players saw that popularity and we like that ship, but we want our own. And then started seeing many different designs left and right, and it's awesome.
Oh yeah, like the people in AM like are very much the type that it's like somebody makes one ship and then everybody else is like, this is great, I want one, and then I'm gonna make my own, but I'm gonna make it my own. So everybody remakes the same ship basically with little tweaks.
So that's called idea cross-pollination, and it's a concept that you will see with movies, books, video games, and obviously within video games too. Like I've had ideas, I implemented them, then people use them, then I use their modifications by putting modifications on top of their modifications. And stuff goes crazy. Like meta is ever shifting and always evolving. It's awesome. Buddy, no.
Speaking of buddy, we've got our own little buddy over here.
Yes, I've got one.
Yeah, it's a bit of an older ship, but I think Peregrine is always, you know, iconic ships, and it's always fun to see.
It really is an iconic ship. I've still got mine, and it's got two smaller cats that I added on the back. Because I got two extra small ones. So my ship is quite unique in that it's got like it's a total of 3 cats rather than 1.
Yeah, I remember those from one of the cons. I got like a small one as well. They were so cute. I think that's what started me like going on like you know, everybody's doing like the little plushy animal things. Those are so cute.
Haven't done so yet. I've got little plushy, ugly looking cute. But you wouldn't want to attack them.
So this is a little fighter design that Peregrine made, and it was originally very, it was painted black and with a colored cockpit to really look like a stealth fighter. But then he got I believe he's called Mandalore from, I think he's in Icarus now. But he's basically a designer who's extremely good with decals, and he made a couple of custom decals. So I believe this one must have been made by him as well. But there's a series of like 4 or 5 which have been posted on the official Starbase Discord. So it's a really, really beautiful like.
Decals are such a pain for me that I made it an expertise in going completely around decals and using plates. I did some crazy stuff with plates, but I hate decals.
Yeah, so I had another look at I think it's the Imperator, where you've got like a big eagle in the top.
Yeah.
That looks really cool as well, yeah.
That was so much
fun. With the size of your ships, it's like, you need you can afford that, yeah.
I've got a lot of designs, but the common theme is that all of them are very big.
Oh, this one finally loaded also. Here we have a little fan ship, which I'm sure you'll recognize the design.
Yeah, I recognize it, don't worry. Peregrine tried to troll me with it, but completely forgot that when you're in the safe zone, you can see the names of the people. Regardless if there's a transponder or not.
Yeah,
so Zombie Mouse is saying Mandalore, Red Moon Dynamics in Icarus Project.
Nice. There you go. Yeah, we've had some fun. Proxy Mine also made a ship that's a bit inspired by Spice-Drop's design. So I guess, you know, we've been having a bit of fun poking, you know, getting inspired by him, by this iconic little presence in our game. This is more of a like,
yeah. I mean, I
Suicide
don't.
Chip, though it's a very different use.
Yeah, I don't mind piratery. Like, I don't like it, but I recognize that it's needed in the game. But when it comes to pure retarded trolling, then no, it doesn't have its space.
Everybody plays very different. Yeah.
Yeah, but when your
Yeah, a
playing
little
style
bit of-
actively
yeah.
tries to get as many people as possible out of the game, then I've got a problem.
Yeah.
I've
Here we
got-
have the bow tie.
I've got a corp member that's called Tib that modified it, and he renamed it to the bow Tib. It was so funny. He completely changed the ship. It became a very different one.
You guys should. I keep hearing about it. You guys should bring it out someday because I have seen many. There have been. So the bow tie is a very. When we think of like, you know, iconic ships, I think it's safe to say the bow tie is
Oh yeah.
probably one of the most recognizable fighters at this point because it's one of the most one of the best selling ships. Also, I think
True.
fighters since, you know, like the last, you know, once the Starbase activity dwindled a little bit. It's very, very competent. Like everybody started doing flat ships after this came out because it was so annoying.
Oh,
yeah,
very
it's always
unconventional.
iconic.
My own iconic ship would be the Echo Big Grabber, the asteroid grabbing ship, and that was after released a video that showed how to make 1 million credits per 10 minutes of work.
Yep.
And then I got really annoyed with some clients that wanted to haggle my blueprints. Yeah, your blueprint at 1 million is very expensive. And I was like, dude, that's 10 minutes of work for multiple hours of my work. Bit annoying. I can see like these little plushies that keep spawning in and out. So I think they
Oh,
were.
that's we can have a look now. So yeah, it's just been a little bit of a pain trying to figure out how to make this work. So at the moment they're just hosted by the cargo lock frame that's under here. So if you just stand here for a bit, hopefully at some point they should load.
You
There's a
need
couple that might just
to
be floating
separate them, like seriously separate them. Then they get counted as like independent ship debris, I think. That's
there's
how
no-
all of the ladybugs, cult ladybugs, work.
The only thing about that is I am a little worried because I'm not sure if we fully tested it, but it felt like if I decommission it, it should help things. But I thought that if I decommission it, let's say I decommission it and I fly away and dock the cargo lock frame, if I relog my game and then come back, the debris might disappear on my screen. So it only stays there if you're next to it while it's decommissioned. I could be wrong, but that was the latest that I understood.
There was a lot of work going into those plushies. Wow.
So these are made by me, by the way. So, and feel free to grab one at any point.
That's what I just said. I'm putting it aside because there you go. See, everything unloaded, but I've still got the plushie.
Yeah.
That's how you do
It's
it.
alright. For now, you might need to be in a group with me just to bolt them. But we can deal with
No,
that.
no worries. I won't try because I know how much of a nightmare it is. I'm always very appreciative to look at them. And looking at this one, I can say you put at least 5 or 6 hours in them.
Maybe. Well, with the overall, because I made a couple of variations. I tried to like, and one thing also was just a decal limit. So like, I ended up not putting too many on it in the end, just so I could print more at the time. But
Yep.
yeah, it was a lot of fun figuring stuff out, though. Yeah.
You do know you can go completely overboard with the decals.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Don't worry. I
like-
reached like 600 max decal with these guys alone.
No,
and then I had
that's
to go
not
back.
that's not what I mean. Like you can go way over 600 if you wanted to.
Oh yeah. It's more about the. I didn't want to like have to print one by one. Oh well, maybe you mean something else, but I know that we.
What I mean is
objects.
that it's I do not recall it being a problem to fly a ship if it has more than 600
Yeah.
decals.
Yeah. The only issue is printing it. So you can only print 600 at a time, but then you can assemble them together in a ship, and the ship itself can still fly perfectly fine if you're over 600.
That's a very weird effect that was on those that's on those beams.
But we can
Yeah.
look back to. Oh, are you looking at this one now?
It's fun that you've got a demonstration version of the ship.
Yeah, yeah, that's an idea I had for a long time now. Because when we're at the SSC, we look at the internals of ships, and I personally like as fighters, we look at the armor layouts quite a lot as well, materials. But when you show these ships at EOS CON, like you see only the outside. You don't get to see the effort that went designing inside. And sure, for fighters, a lot of the time, sometimes we want to keep stuff a little bit more closer to our chest, but. So for this one, it was like, well, this is a ship that's a bit, it's a bit more simple. I don't want to call it dated because this is definitely still very potent. But I was like, oh, I'm comfortable, like there's nothing here that's super, super too, extreme. But this might show ideas for some people like, hey, look, this is how you build a decent basic ship right now for combat. And yeah, just to show like some stuff, ideas.
That's 1.5 kilotons or 2 kilotons?
This is 1.1, but I have a 1K version of it.
It's considerably bigger than the spear, but the spear, that's my 1K tiny ship, but the spear has got a double 36 centimeter Oninum railing at the front, which takes a lot of the weight.
That would be, if I was to put the spear next to this, I would wager a bet that the spear is longer than this.
Oh, it is not at all. It's wider though. The spear is wider. And your ship is also slightly taller. Not much, but it is taller.
Yeah. Like one of the big thing, for example, is like one of the issues you had with the spear is that by adhering so much to the thinness through the entire profile, like that ended up kind of biting you in the.
It did. It really did.
Yeah. So that's why it's like the back is a little bit. So this ship is a little bit thicker, which is also why there's all of these like. So this was just a test on my end. I wasn't even sure about showing this, but it's just for fun. I added these like interstitial maneuvers, and the goal of these, you can use them for stealth, but the main goal is to actually just add thrust and keep the same silhouette profile. So this adds an extra like 5 to 10 meters per second, I think, to it. So this helps get closer to 150, while again not making the ship bigger. So it's just some new tests that I made.
If you want to see a crazy thruster setup, you can look at the back of my Burrito. I spent an entire stream and a half to get the back correct. I redid the whole thing. I did it the first time, realized that the ship was only going 80 meters per second, and redid everything to add a second layer of thrusters behind the first one to go 120 meters per second.
Yeah, which is a thing that's been more and more common. Like Faraway is the first time I ever saw that, which we used on the SPED for the first tournament.
But it's a lot of work.
Yeah, it's also a thing. The only thing is that you end up. It adds more, like let's say if I shoot you from the side, it adds all these extra protruding thruster. But the thing is that, they can get shot off and like you'll still fly, like, so it's something that I'm definitely keen to try to do more. Which actually, like, if you want to move back here, we can look at another ship.
I'm going to be experimenting with a very, very, very different armor concept. Because my big ships are too laggy due to the railing. I know I want railing, but I've been using railing way too generously. And the problem with doing so is that the ships get unbelievably laggy when you get shot.
Mm-hmm. So this blue one here was made by Peregrine also. This is a bit of a rarer ship because we only really flew this during the very first tournament. So this was a design that was not ready by the first weekend of the very first tournament. But by the last couple of weekends, Peregrine finally finalized it, and we used it to get all the way to. So me and Proxymine was originally supposed to fly with Peregrine, but couldn't attend, so I ended up flying with Peregrine, and we got all the way to I think third or fourth place, because we didn't do like a proper third place match. But yeah, this was made by him, and you can see at the back, like actually there's these. The thrusters are kind of done the way I think you described with the Imperator, where there's like extra ones
it's heavily optimized.
Yep, and it's even got stuff like we realized there wasn't enough ammunition, so he added extra like external ammunition. But yeah, this was an 8 plasma 2K ship that goes 150 and is actually surprisingly tanky. And yeah, I personally really love this ship. But for some reason, Peregrine hasn't felt it's always been some stuff that he felt he needed to finalize, so he hasn't really like put it up for sale or anything.
Nice, good stuff.
Yeah.
And what's that little? Oh, that ship's all combat, yeah.
Oh, that is one of Faraway's designs. Yeah, I think this was. Oh, actually, come over here. Come in the front, behind you. So this was one of the first ships to make us realize. Hopefully, the log. I just want you to see the view once it loads. This was one of the first ships to really like abuse railings. But we also, discovering railings for decorative purposes. So you can see there's a little like, it's got whiskers and it's got eyes.
Yeah, I had a lot of fun with the railing. This is an old design.
Yeah,
It's
this is a
missing.
pretty old design.
Yeah,
This
I'm
is from,
seeing
like,
the
a-
way the weapons are protected. This is an old design. Faraway, if I recall correctly, really likes to do his designs within like 1 or 2 days, so you just like sprint them.
I mean, yes and no. It's been more of an issue.
Well, I mean, that's what
in
he
recent
keeps
times?
bragging about whenever he fights, so...
It's more that Faraway was really active about a year ago. But like all of us, we've kind of just take our own, approach to the game. So he mostly shows up for the tournaments and then kind of shows up last minute and then decides to make a ship. And he's so good and so fast that his designs end up being amazing, even though they're rushed. But this obviously took a bit longer to make. This is a very very heavy ship. But yeah, this is like a year and a half old almost. But yeah, a very heavy, very heavy fighter.
It's funny because if it's value enough, I can tell like it was obviously like very advanced for its age, but I can see many designs that are just no longer used, including by him, because we kind of figured out like better ways to use stuff.
Yeah, there's a yeah.
So my way, for example, of using railings is to put the railings on 24cm beams, because when I lose a plate, I don't lose all of the railings attached to it.
Yep. Well, like I said, it's an older design, so there's a lot of stuff that's changed since then. And start playing over here. Oh yeah. And over. Oh, maybe. Did you see the one with the skin? Just tap Mario a horn. Just to show in case, because you were looking at the demonstrator. But like,
No, I did. I was
Yeah.
looking at both. I was even commenting that
Nice,
the
yeah.
railings at the front looked they're quite like an interesting color choice.
Yep. And then oh yeah. But yeah, we can look at these pink ships afterwards. Little fun tidbit for you actually. When I fought you, because I fought you guys I think a few times with that flat ship on the PTU. I was making sure to switch to railings for 72cm parodium because we were trying to keep the 36 on Inum hidden. Because we discovered about 36 on Inum. I discovered it all the way back in like December, I think, or even before. So it's been kind of interesting to see like everybody come back and be like, oh my god, we have
I do know
discovered
this
this thing."
better than Oninum. Or at least a few people have told me. I just haven't had time to really experiment with them more. But I do know that this lighter than Oninum, which will give you the same results. I'm
That's the
presuming.
thing about Oninum. Sorry, you go.
No worries, I'm presuming it's probably going to be something heavy, so it has to be like Lucium, Exutium, Dulcium. There's a few others that are heavy that should probably be the ones that that can yield like similar results and yet be lighter. But I have yet to find them.
Yeah, there's a lot of interesting stuff to still check. So this one here is a little. This was actually done pretty recently. It's just a little 2-rail ship by Pingu. This was actually made after the tournament. So this is a 700 tons or 750 tons, I think. So he just I guess wanted a smaller 2-rail. I forget exactly the other reason that he had. But yeah, a nice little ship.
And then he decided he wanted rockets on it.
And then, yeah, and then he decided, oh, he might be able to show us a little.
But what's
Hey,
that
Pingu, do you want to show
contraption?
us the animation? I think my joke is that
If
he
you
watched,
get a misfire on that, you say goodbye to your ship. It looks dope though. It really looks dope.
Yeah, this is not a try. This is a let's do something cool.
Oh, he nailed the cool aspect. No doubt about that. But I'd be so nervous that there's a misfire. I'm sure he got the YOLO landed out and everything.
He does say
A safety
he does have a
timer.
safety
True, true, good point. You can see I haven't experimented with rockets much at all. But that looks really cool. I wish they added the one-piece rockets in the ship designer, because those multi-pieces rockets that we have in the designer are a serious pain to use. One concept I wanted to... Why do you want it to be hit? Oh, seriously, how did... Goodbye, Sylvia. Yeah, I think I just
I'm
witnessed...
having some microphone issues at the moment. I'll be
Yeah,
okay
it looks like
in a
I
minute.
I just witnessed something a little bit interesting. Skipper uses Dulciumana for your rating. Nope, he went AFK. Yep, I think so.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Oh, I'm still 1 second.
Pingu flattened you inside of his machine. Ah,
Again?
but Tommy Alexander.
Oh, now I hear you. Hey, sorry, I was having some headphones issues.
No worries, no worries.
All right, and next, so next to the Weka, there's just a little like news band that Pinku made a long time ago. It's the, what was? Oh, I forgot what was the. There used to be another Discord of like people that played around Arma. I think they had like a news network type of thing going on, and this was the news band, I guess.
What would have been absolutely awesome would have been that the trunk opens and there's this just like one laser cannon or something inside. That would have been really fun. I'm a
True.
newsman, but I can defend myself. So go away.
Yeah. Hey, news people are pacifist usually.
So I'm a mercenaries news course. Looks like it can go quite fast too.
Well, you gotta rush to the scene, yeah, when stuff happens. So this one is the Terror Bird. So this is a 3-rail design, and this is what
I
Pingu was doing
rename
during the
it.
tournament.
Immediately going to rename it the Epileptic Fighter. Because if you fight and it's flashing green and red, I'm out.
The actually even funnier thing is
Oh,
that
sweet!
Pingu has
Oh, that is sweet.
Oh, do you see the decal? Yeah.
Oh, that is dope.
Pingu, funny enough, Pingu has a very peculiar flying style, and his ships can be very customized to his own, you know, suiting and flying style.
If
So
you're designing
we
your
have a
own
bit of a
ships,
joke.
if you're designing your own ships to fly, yeah, I mean, by all means. I think
Yeah.
it's a very good idea.
It's more that there's a bit of a thing where like when somebody else tries to fly his ship, it's a bit of a pain and hard to learn. So it's very Yeah, it's a very custom. It's only a very Pingu thing. But yeah, this is what he flew during the tournament, and just another like the rail stuff. He's also is the one that made us realize that we should probably add roll cages to our ships.
Because he rammed
Because
you?
that was very potent. And yeah, Pink was really great pilot and got some really juicy kills during the tournament. So yeah, the ship was very potent.
The
He actually
Apex,
sold this one, I believe.
the Apex didn't have a roll cage, but it had a bumper, and I did use it in the tournament against, I think it was the 5 or 6K ship that we fought, and I just went full speed and I rammed him, and the damage that ramming done is way superior to what 30 lasers can do.
Yep. Well, it's also there's a thing also I'd like to add, which is that as much as like you like some people in the tournament were looking at this and kind of going like, oh, it's a bit cheating to like run into people, it's cheap. But
No.
the thing is that
You need to hit
we
them.
didn't actually necessarily always try to ram people with them. A lot of it did end up being defensive because it was like, what if other people end up ramming us? So it works two ways. But the other thing I'd like to add is that because of stuff like the roll cage, but also some of the internal construction, the way we like, put bolted stuff, like our ships can take rams from ourselves. So it ends
Yeah.
up into a thing of like, well,
That is very important. We did do team rammings once or twice by accident, and it's a disaster for the round. But even when it comes to ramming purposely someone is way harder than it looks.
True also.
Like,
It always seems to happen
seriously
just when
difficult.
you don't try to. It's really strange.
It's all about taking opportunities. Sorry, my cat is looking for trouble. Buddy!
He heard bird and he was like, what?
No, he's got a trick, which is that he wants my company, but he doesn't want my attention. So he sleeps right next to my keyboard, and then he starts rolling closer and closer to my keyboard and mouse, until eventually he's on my keyboard and mouse. But if I dare to put him on the ground too many times, then he sits in front of my screens and tries to scratch the screen. So I've got a water bottle next to me for when he does that. That's how I tell him, like, enough's enough. Even ramming asteroids can be difficult. Well, asteroids don't really try to avoid you, so less, I suppose. It's the opposite, like not dying when you ram one is harder. Is the cable running through all the cage for sacrificial parts? No, I don't think. Oh no, there is.
Oh, is there? I didn't notice.
There is.
Oh, yeah.
There.
I never thought about it.
Good pointing it out. Not all of it. Like this segment doesn't have any. Although it looks like seeing like I see it on the other side. I think he very simply forgot to put some there.
Very possible. And then this here is another creation of Pinku. This is the Moon Taxi 2. This was something he's been working on for the past couple of months. And yeah, we were kind of part of me was hoping that he would get them to use this for the opening ceremony, but I think he was a little shy to flying around. So who knows? Maybe the next one.
Oh,
There's
he
a lot
should
of like
have.
fun stuff here.
He should have. That's a very cool looking ship.
Yeah, so there's like some little and then there's just up and down areas. Maybe you just follow Pingu around and he'll show you stuff.
Why is it that so many good designers are shy about their stuff and so many crap designers are way too proud and defensive about their crap ships? It's like, seriously?
Oh yeah, you can come to this little area.
Nice.
Oh no, I'm out of ammo. Oh, I can use that shotgun.
Because it normal says damage. I'm not criticizing, I went through that too.
So there's also a little area for you here. This is the...
No, I'm not going to go in it, I can see a button outside to close the door.
No, it's a guest bathroom for people who just want to like... Oh.
That's why I didn't go in.
And there's a little meeting area. There's a nice roof above it. which goes into the cockpit as well. Which is a bit more barren, but yeah. Great view though.
Yep. Yep.
We got what else?
I did start working on a flex ship, or big ass taxi ship, but I was never able to finish it, and this looks absolutely fantastic, seriously. Like, absolutely gorgeous. And the reason,
Yeah,
one of the main reasons I couldn't ever finish it is because I just couldn't get down to this, to deciding what I wanted to put inside. And I'm seeing a very, very, very well designed and thought ship. It's really nice.
Yeah, I really love the disco floor, yeah. Oh, this is like the service area, I believe? So like just all the generators and stuff. Thrusters. Yeah, if you want to go repair stuff or...
Still unfinished. Well, even if it's unfinished, it is really nice looking.
Yeah, I'm really quite glad that he printed it, because yeah, he was working on it for a long time on the PTU. A lot of effort. And yeah, that might be it for us, actually, I believe. Oh, here's Bentley, just saying, hanging out on the taxi.
Oops. That's the wrong exit.
Oh, you're still in this... Did you get stuck inside the ship?
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't mind if someone... Oh, there, okay, it's open. Otherwise would have main menued my way out. It's honestly,
Yeah,
it's a very, very nice looking ship. It's really fun to look at.
Yeah, and it's got plasmas also. Well, you saw it.
I really only barely started to scratch the surface when it comes to flex ships. This would fit my definition of a flex ship. A bit weirdly so, because it's not designed to be super expensive, it's just designed to be fun. But it's what I'd call
I might ask you to take a look at these plates that are under you and have a look at the material used to make them. Although, actually, it's not really, but you'll see.
He had fun.
Don't ask me why, but that's what he felt like doing.
If you want a super duper expensive ship, it's not really negotiable. You need big generators and you need plasma thrusters, and you need both. That's the only way. I can see the material. He is using Xalium. Oh, okay, I can see why you cannot see it. So, Xalium. The whole plate.
The entire thing is Xalium.
Like, obviously that is glass, but...
Nah, he just plated the entire thing in Xalium for fun. I will say, adding to your what you were saying, yeah, I believe the world needs more thallium. Don't you think? I believe people need to use more thallium a little bit more. The market needs to.
Thallium is insanely expensive. Gee. If you really want to go down the expensive part, it's you don't. Is there a market here?
I don't think so, unfortunately.
I just froze my game trying to open one. I freeze each time I want to open the social menu, and I got kicked out immediately. Okay, unable to open the. Okay, what is the alloy that is used to make railguns?
Wait, alloy?
Yes.
Wait. No, you don't need alloy. Isn't it just targium?
There's one. Oh, it's corium. Corium alloy is insanely expensive.
I believe you need to refresh your auction house memory a little bit. So yeah, targium and targium is currently going for like 300k, I think. Corium is close to 400 or 500k, I think. Actually, let me check my auctions. Oh yeah, you can't open the auction house.
No, that's what I wanted to check.
So the thing is that targium is the only ore which you cannot mine from surface miner, I believe. And the only 2 locations in the game is one is a belt that is very thin and has been mined out, and the other is a belt which has gravity, which makes it quite dangerous to mine. So Targium has actually become a lot of the like choke points of resource, which is why.
It's good to have choke points in the game. I mean, otherwise everything would just be same price. Well, thanks a lot for the showcase. There was a lot of stuff to see. I'm just going to put the star on the slot to indicate that I've seen it. I have barely scratched. I mean, admittedly, I did see like some of the busiest showcases, but I've still got the 3/4 of the ship to see very easily. I think I'm going to be very, very busy. Okay. Well, yeah, but we were concluding anyway. But yeah, I was saying like thanks a lot for showcasing everything. Wrong button, sorry. Yeah, you're not the only one having issues. Yeah, so I was saying Thallium indeed damage. So yeah, thanks a lot for the showcase. So just as a general reminder, I will be streaming. Yes, I'm tired. Actually, really do need to go to bed. Worth it though. Tomorrow, I'll be streaming again. After tomorrow, also. I'm going to be visiting all of the plots that I haven't yet seen. My goal really is to visit all of the plots. So you can see I've already got a good idea of what I visited and what I've yet to visit. My goal is that by Sunday night, like end of my Sunday stream, I've visited each and every single ship. If ever you are checking my Discord, my stream, my YouTube, because like these replays will be uploaded, please don't hesitate to ping me. Having the designer of the ship present his ships is so much more interesting, because if I went on any of these ships, there are so many details that I would have missed. So I'm very, very much looking forward to just be able to interact with everyone. And if you shy not available, no worries, no problem at all. But yeah, as I said, in priority, I'll be visiting the ones that want to showcase their stuff, and I'll be very happy to check them out, to interact, and just discuss design choices on the stream. So yeah, another thanks for everyone checking the stream. Thanks a lot for watching it. And yeah, I'll see you again tomorrow. So I'll be streaming in 19-ish hours, so that you can know like what time it is going to be for you. So within 19 hours. Thanks a lot for watching the stream, and I'll see you tomorrow or next time, whenever. Bye bye. Thank you. Good night, Damage.